Hello, hello, hello. Oh my goodness. I can't find myself on YouTube. There I am. Okay, so tonight I think I'm going for a little easier night and I'm going to work on some cussy cutting. Oh, and hopefully I'll have time to do a little bit of work in my glue book because I have not filled my glue book yet. We shall see who pops in to join. Oh my goodness. Cussy cut is not one of my favorite things to do, but I can live, I guess. I enjoy going through my junk mail and looking for things to cussy cut, so I must enjoy it a little bit to an extent. Hey, John, how are you this evening? Are you having good weather where you're at? Today we had an absolutely beautiful day. It was warm and sunny, and I got to sit outside. With my puppy. I'm not ready to bring my lawn furniture out yet, but I just put a chair outside. She likes hanging out and laying on the ground. I think she misses her time outside. I think she's getting sick of her parents. She has a cage out there, but we only leave her in it, on cool days for just a few hours. We put a dog box in it in case she wants shade, but we don't leave her outside. She's a house puppy. She's a spoiled puppy. That's like her little we had to she's like a medium-sized dog, so we actually had to take and put 2 pens together so that she actually has a place to roam. There's cages are so small. Like, it's tall, but it's small. Doesn't give them much room to roam. So we put 2 together for her. So that's like her little dog cave. Instead of having a man cave, she has a puppy cave. She's so funny, though. When my hubby's home, she's so spoiled by him that she can't stand knowing he's in the house when she's out there, and she'll bark. He takes and puts her out there when he mows the grass and stuff, because if he doesn't, she runs from window to window to try to see him. It's absolutely hysterical. Hey, Have. I love her ID. Have at it. Did you ever watch Army Wives? Doing pretty good. How are you doing? Pamela Moran. She played in Army Wives. Hey, get wrecked. Um, she was an army wife, and she wanted to do a radio talk show, and on the base so that the mothers and the wives could talk about stuff. So she called her radio channel Have At It on Army Wives. She was a redhead. I loved Army Wives. It was one of my favorite shows. And how are you doing tonight, Rex? I hope everybody has having some great weather. I have some friends on here who were having some crappy. One of my friends in Texas was going through a storm last night, and I guess the same storm's hitting Louisiana right now. I have another friend that had a power outage. Today it was pretty here. That isn't that funny? That is hysterical. I'm a Navy wife. My husband served in the Navy, but I'm military anyways because I have so many people in my family that was military. I have an uncle who was the Air Force and his son was Air Force. And then my dad's side of the family, there was a person who won a Purple Heart. The Battle of the Bulge was Germany against the United States in our history. And he won a Purple Heart. And somebody was, I don't know if he was a pilot, but he was something to do with infantry. I need to get a hold of his letter. I had it once. We only have one letter from him where he wrote home. It was like 100 and something, 109th infantry or something like that. I don't know. I'd have to find the letters, and my dad's got it stored in his genealogy book. But yeah, we got military all around our family. I wasn't in the military, but I've talked to a lot of people in the military, especially post-traumatic stress disorder people, which is a nightmare. But I had a lot of friends. And then my cousin, her husband served in Vietnam. That was definitely not pretty. But I have letters I won at an auction in December. I actually read them. Army Wives right now, I believe, is playing on, I can't remember if it's Peacock or Hulu. And they have all the seasons. And I recommend it if you can see it because it's just an awesome show. It starts out hysterically funny. One of the girls is Southern, and oh my gosh, she's so hysterical. But Pamela was one of my favorites on this show that ran the Have At It radio show. And it was really good. It really was. It was a really good show. And Claudia Joy, I can't tell you the name of I don't know their real names. I just know their character names. But Claudia Joy was my favorite. She was like the lieutenant colonel's wife, and she had to arrange like everything that went on base and stuff. It just gave you a real good insight of how close some of the people could get in the military and stuff. It was just a really good show, and it only lasted so many seasons. And then, of course, it went off the air. They always kill the good shows. Nice. Get wrecked. Nice. It's nice when you meet people. I'm in West Virginia. I'm in the top of West Virginia, even though people don't stick me here. I guess I don't have enough of a twang. I'm like 45 minutes from Pittsburgh Airport, so I'm right between the Ohio and PA borders. And a lot of people stick me in upper states because of that reason. I guess I don't have the southernness of the state. And let me tell you, when you go to the bottom of West Virginia, it's a little scary down there. They have a whole nother language down that way. I remember we went to Black Waterfall for vacation, and they literally pass out table thingies, where you eat your plate on the little plate things, and it had a whole bunch of words and what they meant. And I'm like, I'm sitting there reading this like I've been born in West Virginia and I've never heard this talk. So yeah, they're definitely different in the bottom of the state. I think it's funny because when I used to hang out in Yahoo Chat, people used to pick places like Delaware. They always stuck me in the middle of the country. They never put me in West Virginia for some reason. I think the closest anybody ever guessed was Ohio. The weather was wonderful today. Gulf Coast, baby. Did you Did you ever get to surf? You know, one thing that I can say though is I've been to visit the beach. We flew to Fort Myers, me and my daughters, before they graduated. I wanted them to have the experience of being in a plane, and that was my first time too. And I had a ball. I was bouncing in my seat. And I have no fear of heights. My husband's wimpy. He's afraid of heights. But it was funny because my daughters were so happy that they got to fly before they left home. And one hated the takeoff, one hated the landing. I loved it all. But then again, I was one of those kids that my mother had to chase out of the neighbor's trees with permission. I was always in their trees. I liked having tree houses and things like that. So I always liked being up off the ground. I had no fear. I was a tomboy. So I guess you guys really made my day. My goth journal that's in the video that I did was something that has been in the works since October before last. And what I was doing is a long time ago, I saw goth pictures posted, but gothic's really not my style. But I did find beauty in a lot of the pictures they used to post because I used to be part of an MSN group back in the day, and we did digitals. And the funny thing is when they started posting gothic pictures, I'm like, well, this is not common. But I actually had a friend on here at one time who was a crafter. I thought she would be really good at goth, but she just never did it. And I really thought she would do a good job. But I was looking for something because this is not to put down other crafters or anything like that. So don't take this comment wrong because, you know, some people can be like really judgmental on here. But sometimes when you go through Etsy, I like the window shop on Etsy, and I'll just type in homemade junk journals and just scroll down the screens and stuff. And sometimes, do you guys ever get the feeling that some journals just look alike? Like after so long, it's like the only thing it's different is the theme, but you see like a lot of sewing and a lot of this and a lot of that. And I thought, you know, I want to do a journal that kind of stands out, but I want it to be where I'm at, like everything I've learned up to this point, and then some, because I learned in digitals before I actually did physical. I was never a physical scrapbooker, but I had fun playing with digitals. We used to take a still picture of a girl with long hair, and the program that I used back in the day, and IT Tech gave it to me. It was like a $900 program. He hands it to me for free. So heck yeah. And it had the animation and everything already built into it. It's Paint Shop Pro 8 was always my favorite. So we learned how to ripple water. I learned how to add rain to a still picture. I learned how to move a person's hair in a picture. It was such a cool program to work with back in, I think it was like 2007, 6, somewhere around in there to 2008, because I know it was before 2008 because I still have emails. And so when I started this goth journal, I had no clue what the theme was going to be, but I just knew I wanted something different because I got tired of seeing farm journals and so many of the same stuff. And so I just decided to pick off and go with the flow and see what happens. And I went on Pinterest. I have 9 whole friends on Pinterest because I just started. And I decided just, you know, I'm going to do this journal and I'm going to start it and I'll put it down and pick it back up and put it down and pick it back up and see what I can pull between my digital world and my physical world all into one book and everything I learned. And that's how that journal was born. And it was a job, let me tell you. My husband kept saying, "Are you going to sell it?" I said, "No, I'm not going to sell it because there's copyright images in it." Sometimes people will steal copyright images. I choose not to because I have respect for my fellow creators. And sometimes when you're Googling search, you know, you're searching images, you will see the copyrights laid over top of the images, but these didn't have that. But I knew they were because they're definitely not from the Victorian era because I think it's like I forget what it is. 1800s are all free, and I think the early 1900s, but I forget what year it goes up to. And I have run into a crafter here lately who's been putting her logo on images that are copyrighted. I have no clue how this woman's getting away with selling this stuff, but it is so illegal. And they shouldn't be doing this crap. And I don't and see, and that's what ruined the MSN games we used to play, because we had to write into the drawing people. Like, we used Garb Girls, we used Yeagle, we used some gamers that drew. But what we had to do is we had to write into them by email, and then they would answer us back telling us what we could do with our images and what we couldn't, because we could crop a girl out of a background. Even Nene Thomas's fairies, we had permission to use their stuff, only to play games. We didn't make money off of them. This is how I got into the digital world. All right, Get Wrecked. Thanks for stopping in. But the whole thing is, they gave you permission. So what happened was you had these bad people who were putting their little copyright symbol in front of their name on their artwork. And you can't do that. You had a watermark you could use as a tag designer. They allowed that. But if you were going to put the copyright, it had to be the person that drew the picture. And that's why a lot of them joined the guild, because people, you always got bad with good, but the bad people ruined it for us. Because they were putting a copyright, because I guess at one time, before things became guild, you could change over 10% of a person's artwork and claim it, and they wanted to put a stop to it. And I don't blame them, because these people were drawing and painting these pictures. So they changed it, and of course, our sites got on lockdown because of the bad ones that integrated and they weren't following the rules. But I see the same thing happening on YouTube, though, in some instances. Like when you look at Miriam Art, she draws her own work. She makes her own digitals. That's all her work. And that's the way it should be. But I've seen another crafter on here who she took pictures from Pinterest and she's putting her logos on them. And you cannot do that. She did not draw and paint those pictures. Oh, it's just irritating. So when I did this book, I wanted to make sure people knew I was not selling this book, because there is potential of having copyright images in it. And I will not sell and go against the copyright laws. I refuse to. So that's why I made a disclaimer at the very beginning. This book will never be for sale. It's just, in any way, it was never intentionally meant to be anyways. It was just for me to look at where I'm at and how far I've come as a crafter, to just sit on the shelf in my craft room, aka / bookstore, because I only use bookstore too. So I had a lot of fun making it, and it was hard getting the pieces. And I think that's the biggest thing when you start any type of journal, is getting the pieces together. Doesn't matter how big or small the journal is. It's the journey of what you find to put in it. So I wanted to incorporate the funniest thing for me to do in this journal was the hardware. Because I kept looking at I don't know how I found what I did, to be honest. There was so much searching I did on that, I lost track. All I know is when I first started, I was looking at jewelry box knobs to pull the jewelry boxes open, like stuff with rings and, just little things, because I wanted to make the doors and have something to look like they were real doors. I Googled so much and I was so unsatisfied. I remember one night I spent 2 hours just Googling different pictures, and I was looking at suggestions, and just nothing was hitting the spot. So I went to bed frustrated, lost of sleep because it was driving me crazy because I just could not pinpoint exactly what I was looking for, and that's what crafting does to me. When I'm on a um creative journey, I don't know if you all are the same, but that's how I am. Things bug me and I can't sleep at night because I have it on my mind. And oh, this is from a magazine. This is from junk mail. And so I went and I can't remember what I typed in, and nose rings of all things come up in my suggestion. I'm like, really, Tammy? So I started looking at the different styles of nose rings, and I'm like, I would have never thought to do this. And then I'm thinking, what could I have so small that could squeeze through the holes? So I literally had to take a piece of ribbon once they came in. First I cord and it was too round to go through the holes. So then I went and I bought a ribbon and I just cut it in half into pieces, and I thought this has got to fit. And I had to keep rolling it with my finger just to get it through the hole. But oh my goodness, it was crazy. But it finally worked. I finally had my idea for my doors. But then they just hung there. And then I thought, one day I just thought, I'll just glue them down and see how that works. But it was a lot of trial and error with this journal. Like Sandy knows. She heard me in messages constantly. Oh gosh, I got to think of the idea to pull this off and think of the idea to pull this off. Nobody knew what the theme was, though. I kept that a secret. The only person that's seen a clue was my husband and daughter. They saw just the front of the signatures and the cover. They never saw the rest of the book, but I wanted it to be a surprise. But I just want to thank everybody for the amazing feedback, because I guess is our crafter's curse is I always like everybody else's work better than mine. You know what I mean? And I was really impressed with the response I got on this, because I really put a lot of time, a lot of thought, and a lot of sleepless nights in it, and I finally pulled the wow factor. Will I do this again? Probably not. But to know that I could just do it once makes me happy, because this is the most I've ever put into a journal since I started making them, and whew, it was a job. Let me tell you. I don't think even if we did charge for journals like this, I don't think we would ever make back the labor and the thought process out of it for sure. But she's sitting right here above me. Here's my baby. And I get to look at her. And she's just, this is like the most precious journal ever. I just love her. But I did something that I need to do a follow-up video, which I'm going to try to get out tomorrow, because one thing that I regretted about the flip through is I forgot who I got the digital images off of, except for Tracy Fox ones. So I'm going to have to, because Tracy, I follow her on Facebook and I know her as a YouTuber. I don't know these other people. And my mind went blank in the middle of the flip through. Plus I was tired because I had been up all night. So I do want to do a follow-up video, and I want to tell people who they came from, so that if anybody is interested in maybe doing their own goth journal, they will have ideas of where to get their digitals, because some of them digitals were incredible. Whoever made them did an amazing job. And I did find the receipt for one of them in my Etsy, but I didn't get them all out of Etsy. Some of them I got from Etsy and some of them I didn't. So I got to go back and search receipts. because I do want to give credit where it needs to go. And then that way I can share the videos with the, some of the people to see what I did with their stuff. I would want to know if I created digitals. I think it's cool to be able to see what people do with your work. I even like when people buy my journals and they make it their own. Would love to see a flip through of a journal that I've sold and what people have done with it. It does not faze me in the least. That somebody covers anything or things like that stuff doesn't bother me, because I just want to see how they use it. And it's just a blessing that people even want your work, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I go through magazines and I'm working on a glue book. And sometimes I can get some pretty incredible junk mail. And then sometimes I can get some crappy junk mail. But this was like a wall piece. And I like using this stuff for my glue books. Going through random junk mail or magazines that you buy, you can find some pretty cool stuff. And I have a box when I'm upstairs watching TV and stuff like that. I have a box and stuff that I cut junk mail and I'll put it aside. And this was just one of those pages. I think this came from a Lakeside magazine, maybe. And if you don't know what Lakeside is, go to lakeside.com and make an account. And what I do when I try to, if I have enough of them, but whenever I make a sale, either from the live sale I do on YouTube or the journals I've sold, if I have a copy, I usually put a free card in that comes in these magazines for people to sign up for them if they want them, because they have some pretty cool stuff. They sell curtains. It's kind of like a magazine that surfs the net, and they pick up in quantity like stuff that people are selling at reasonable prices, like candles. And I don't know, it's just a nice magazine. I've been using it for years. And they have kids stuff, they have adult stuff. It's just a variety. I don't have one down here. I think all my Lakesides are upstairs. And this is my glue book. And this is what I call my fabric tags. I made this in my program, the words. And then this is done with my die cut machine. And then this was fabric that I bought at an estate sale. It was already pre-cut. It looked like it was a quilter. And I turned them in and I call my fabric tags. And I put different words on them. And then this paper came from the Dollar Tree. It's actually wrapping paper. Hey, Vix. Welcome in. So this was my very first glue book. And what I've done with this is just played in it. I've taken stuff that I have laying around or I have cut out of magazines and junk mail. And then this of course was done with a die cut machine. And then I had a punch for an edge. And then this is what I did for my birthday for 2020. This is all my favorite things. It's got a garden and music and giggles and grins and horses. And this is kind of what I've been working in. And then this page, I try to date them, but they're all over the place. This is not in order. I love horses. And then this was another page I did. Just random junk mail, most of it. This page here I love because an eBay seller actually drew this and sent me a thank you. I bought some horse books for my one granddaughter because she loves horses like me. And she drew that as a thank you. So I'm like, not cute. So I stuck it in there. And then this here is a Valentine's page. It's just random. This here is dedicated to the Disney princesses. I was working with my two granddaughters with Disney stuff because I was teaching them how to make pockets and stuff. They're twin. I have twin granddaughters, but they don't look alike. They're fraternal. And so we were crafting together. I had extra pieces, so I made Disney page for my book as a memory of that day. And then a bird, and I love fall. And then this was my Christmas pages. I like blue books. I think they're fun. And then this was a footprints that came out of an actual book in my bookstore because I own a used bookstore, and this just came out of a book. So I put it in here and turned it into a side tuck. And then this was an adult coloring book page that I sewed in for the center of the signature. And then, of course, here's Halloween. My Halloween page. And then this here is just a friend, Arlene, sent this to me and a mail she sent. So I just cut the images out and used them on these two pages. And then this page is still blank. And then here was a garden one. It says Flowering Garden. I cut that out of an old magazine because I do have some like quoters looking ones. Hey, Liz! And then here's a secret garden page. And then this one here is a faith page. But this is all mostly junk mail. And this is a Christmas page. It's getting filled slowly. Those are empty pages. And then we go into Halloween. And then here's another. But look, these are all stuff that you can find in magazines. If you just look for them. This is my coffee page. And then over here we go into more Halloween. The Monster Mash. Too cute to spook. And then here's another prayer page for my nephew. My great nephew was in a car wreck. Well, he wasn't driving or in a car. He was actually a pedestrian and got hit by a car. So I made this a prayer page for him when he was going through recovery. And then here's another page from an adult coloring book. And then here's just all the ones I got yet to fill. So this is my blue book. And there's Lizzie. Are you able to come up, Liz, or are you still busy? She's my pitchfork Lizzie. Got to stick a pitchfork in there. Oh, but this was fun. This is a fun book. Alrighty, I'll send you the link. Give me a second. Do, 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 do. There you go. Excuse me. But anyways, this is what Vix was talking about. I gotta fix this piece. It fell off. This is what Vix was talking about. Here she is. I can show her off now that she's finally finished. She is one big fluffy journal. This piece fell off. I gotta fix it. Well, hello, Liz. Welcome.
Hey, how's everybody? Let me pick up my mess.
Are you working on anything fun tonight?
I was trying to get things settled for the sale, but I don't have everyone's response yet, so I need some people to answer questions. So I might just finish this. Someone bought this.
Nice. Look at you. Oh, that's so pretty.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Vix. She was definitely a work in the making.
Yes, that journal is amazing.
This picture here, see, like this came from Pinterest, so this could be copyrighted. The one behind it isn't. This actually came from a digital. So what I'm going to do is get all the digitals I used in this and give the people credit because I couldn't remember who they were. So I've got to go back and look at receipts. And tomorrow I'm going to do cover and give them the credit. And then like this one here could be copyrighted too, because even though none of them had a copyright protection over them, doesn't mean they're not copyrighted. This was found in Pinterest. All the cover pictures were. This one here, I'm sure is copyrighted too, but this isn't. This was from a digital kit, but I need to sort, which was which so people know. And then all the pinkish florals like this was all a digital kit, and this came from a Tracy Fox kit, digital. And this was all digital, a digital kit. This was a whole other person that did the pages that I incorporated. This was all digital, and that's all legal. This here, these here, just this picture isn't. And most of the females in here aren't, like this one here isn't, but then this one is. But I want people to know. So what I'll do is I'm going to run off some copies and then show you what's actually out there or give you the name so you can go look. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. It really was. And like this cat picture is not. But
oh, honey, we won't even discuss that sink. I'm frustrated with it.
Hey, sweet.
That's Penny. I was supposed to mod for Pearl and it didn't happen.
I know I went into her sale tonight too. I need to get into Katie's, but I'm always busy when Katie's having her because she has it early in the day. And it's like, oh, trying to make everybody's, but I do miss Katie's sales.
Yeah.
And this was Amy's dyed paper from Darkwood Sanctuary. I love her Rit dyes.
Okay, Joe. Thank you for supporting Tammy. Oops, so sorry, Miss Liz. Yeah, we missed you, but Miss Katie helped a bit. Yeah, thank God for Katie. I feel bad, but I get surprise pop-up visits.
Who's
Don't
who's
prepare people.
who's Jill?
Jill? There's no Jill.
Oh, I thought you said something about Jill. I was going like, is there a Jill in here I don't see?
No, I said Joe.
Oh, okay. No, because I know there's a Jill out there, the Jill Kane or somebody, but I
Oh, yeah, Jill Kane, no. The person that is Joe is Have At It.
oh, okay.
That's Joe.
Well, take care, Hap. I know I can never remember names. I'm terrible. I try though.
I mod a lot, so I remember people's names. If not, I'd probably be like you, I wouldn't remember.
Well, thank you, Vix. Some of this lace came from Esme's shop on Facebook, and some of it I found on my own because I needed more instead of just buying by the lace. And I do believe one of this I got in a roll and I ordered somewhere else. And then the pockets that I did on the one that was from a dress. I believe every single pocket was from that dress. I found this dress at the Goodwill and I cut it up.
Where's Sandy? Sandy not here today?
Yes, she's right there. She just sent you a heart and a hey, Liz.
Hey, Sandy. I thought you were MIA. I was gonna say, where is she? Well, I didn't. I did say, where is she?
And this, somebody sent this to me. It's a cloth. That's not even a picture. I have no clue who sent this to me. I can't remember if it was a Happy Mail or a kit. But
Ooh,
somebody
that's
sent that
ghetto.
picture because it's got pink in it. But do I really want to put this in here? I'm not a pink person, but the picture went with the journal, so I stuck it in here.
Exactly. Pink always looks good with black, though.
Yeah, it does, but you know, this is my journal. I don't want pink in it.
Well, it's there now.
I know it's too late now. But anyways, I like the feedback, and Sandy really read a lot into this journal. She read even more into it than what I put into it. But I just want to thank everybody for the compliments because it was definitely a job and it is very well appreciated because I always like everybody else's work better than mine. So it was nice to hear all the positive feedback and the support because this definitely is something I will never pull off again.
Yes, you will.
Not like this. This was a lot of work, Liz.
I know it was. I was there waiting on the sidelines with Sandy.
Sandy was like, get it out, get it out. Oh, shoot. But it was funny because Liz brought up the topic in her Facebook group and something else about goth. And I'm like, stop reading my mind. Because I kept it a secret and I almost slipped a couple times. You mentioned goth, and that's what my journal is. And then I had to bite my tongue.
Yeah, because, well, the thing was that I had someone complaining about goth, and they even called me a devil worshiper
Oh my gosh.
at one point, and I got mad, and I was like, you know what? That's an art genre. You want to look it up, and actually, those churches that you step into, okay, are Gothic architecture. So
People are crazy.
they sure are. And I was not happy about that. I tell you, just because of the things that we may be interested in, we get judged. Please. Tammy and I have our conversations about all these murderers and killers.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny. And I just watched the latest on that with that one girl, that Suzanne. Oh my gosh. That Christy does. That was awful.
I haven't seen it.
It was so bad. She even had a hard time reporting it, and I could understand why.
Oh,
It made my husband cringe, and he had to leave the room.
Oh my god.
The one part of it, it was so bad. Because it makes you wonder why people do those type of things. How can you be born and then do that kind of stuff?
Exactly. That's my whole thing. It's like, where in your mind does all that evilness fit?
Awfulness. I just don't know. Here's some.
Miss Tammy, I'm brand new to Junk Journal, so tell me what you do with once you have completed. I'm coming from scrapbooking, so did you hear that, Miss Tammy?
Mhm.
Dana!
Well, I think a lot of people from scrapbooking kind of crossed into this too. And from what I've seen from experience watching this, is there's a lot of people who like using the brand new pages and they hate when people upcycle. I mean, the crafted community is even divided. I like it all. I don't care if it's new papers to digital to up cutting from a magazine. I like everything. I see art and everything.
Yep.
So I'm not picky in that sense, but as far as coming from scrapbooking, it's pretty much the same, except in scrapbooking, I only have one digital when I started, and we didn't have to sew signatures in. Scrapbooks come with scrapbooks that you take apart and add to them, where these ones here, there's so many styles of this suite that you can alter a book. You can do hidden signatures, you can show signatures. There's just so many styles. And, so what this one is, okay, this here is one signature and it's sewed in, like, I don't know how much you know about them, but this is a signatured one, and then this one here is just an altered one. I left the whole cover intact. And then what I did was I ripped out so many pages. You know, I counted 5, ripped out 5, counted 5, ripped out 5. You can rip out as many as you want though. But I try to get my books down to about anywhere between 50 and 80 pages. And then once I do, and I mean counting this part too, all of it, because you know all your pages aren't numbered. And this one here, I ripped the pages out, and then what I did was I glued like the top and the bottom and turned it into a pocket. You can flip this page halfway down, glue it, and make it a tuck here. You can glue it here and here and make it a pocket down in, or you could just leave the pages ripped out. But it's all altered. Like I've seen people like tear half a page and then distress it. There's so many things just to alter a book, but my style of doing this, these are all my dyed papers. I dye a bunch of colors, coffee dye, and have a whole stack before I start. So, like, for instance, this is a coffee dyed paper. This paper is part of the book, and I thought it was cute, so I left it in the book because you want to go through your book if it has images and decide what you want to keep before you start ripping pages. And then this is half a map, half my dyed paper. And I just go through the whole book like this. That's washi tape. And this one here can be a travel. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with this book because I really don't leave the United States. I wish I did, but I don't. So what I might end up turning this into is a glue book of scenic pictures, like, you know, fountains around the world and or something like that. I might turn this just into a scenic glue book. Or it could be a list book. I
Is
mean,
it?
you could do anything. You could do anything. You really can. I think everything is a journal. I don't care if you even use a binder and you put notebook paper. That to me is a journal because you can write in it. I'm getting ready to I ordered some stuff for my next project, and instead of doing it behind the scenes and surprising everybody, I'm actually going to do it in front of everybody. And it's going to be a surprise for my dad. He doesn't watch my YouTube channel because he really doesn't know how to surf the web because he's up in age, but he loves trains. So I went into Hobby Lobby and I ordered 2 of the chipboard binders that hold, your 11.5 by 8 sheets like regular notebook paper. And that's what I'm gonna start with his because he does bills. He doesn't do it in his checkbook. He does it in a binder to the side. So I like this style for him because this way he can take out old pages and shred them or whatever he does with them, throw them away, and I'll constantly add new. And I didn't want to do one with a strap for him because I think he would do better with a binder because that's what he likes using. So the theme of
With
his is going to be trains.
Yeah, and with these journals, you can make them into memorabilia. You put your family pictures in. Just most people don't use them for that, but you can make them for that. Because she says she only sees like art in them.
My journal, I don't have none near me. I have to go get it. But like for Christmas, this is just me. This is just my take on it, my opinion on how I utilize my journals. Um, I'm a writer and I like writing and I haven't used my photo albums in a really long time since I started junk journaling because I add pictures as I journal. So for, there's some crafters will say, "Oh, I don't do holiday ones because they don't sell very well." Well, my take on the holiday ones are for the month of December, I use a Christmas journal just for that month. For the month of February, I use a Valentine's journal just for that month. So I do look for the holiday journals when I'm window shopping through Etsy. But what I do with the Christmas one is I'll journal through the whole month and then I leave like, say you see a journal and it's got a really pretty page that's not really blank for you to write on, but it's got like a decoration. So what I do is I leave those pages alone till I'm done at the end of the month. Then I go back to my printer and I run off all the pictures of my grandkids and family or whoever I spend Christmas with. And those pictures go on those pages. So my journal's also my photo album.
Exactly. And a lot of people that make journals, most of them do sell their journals. That's why maybe you don't see as many for memories.
So what I want you to do, this is your homework, sweet. You want some homework? I'm gonna give you some crafty homework. Go to Etsy.com. This is a really good way to teach. Go to Etsy.com is where I'm gonna show you. Type in Etsy. Click on the word. It says add official site. Click into Etsy. Okay. Go to this top of the search engine on your Etsy and type in junk journal. And let's see, you can type in 2 ways. You could do junk journals or you can type in homemade junk journals, either or. And as you go through, I like junk journals because it's more abstract. And this way, you not only get the journals, you see ephemera. So it kind of teaches you the pieces. You got a digital download right here to learn about digitals, and you click on the digital and look, you swipe. It'll show you what people turn into digitals. This is what I do is I window shop on Etsy to buy journals and to see what's out there to put in my journals. And like here, you have a celestial theme. There's a celestial journal. Now watch. This is what's nice about the little videos they stick in here and the pictures, because this will give you an idea of what kind of journal you're looking to make, buy, use, and how to utilize it. Hey, Ray. So that's how I do it when I'm searching out different types of journals I'm looking for, especially on the holidays. And
Hi, Ray.
you'll learn so much doing this. And then when you're done with that, type in junk journal videos, and then you go to YouTube, and then you get to see live stuff. You can type in anything on YouTube, how to make tags, how to make ephemera, how to use anything you're looking for. How do I use washi tape in journals? Anything that you type in, you can find it. There's always a video.
Yep.
It depends, sweet.
It depends, yeah.
Everybody's different on when they journal, and it's really funny because I have one friend that I follow on here that she likes to make ones that's called bag ones, and that's her favorite. They're very handheld, and I'll show you one because I have it right beside me. This came all the way from Australia. Oh, this is one of JD's journals. Okay, now this is her style, the bag. She likes making these bag journals. The only thing she changes on these is the theme, and she's been doing it for so long that she can put out 12 of these at once because she just changes the theme. They're made the same, and I've seen crafters do that, have a style that they just like, and they can spread out a whole bunch of them and sell them at once. I happen to be a type of crafter. I don't do that. My crafting style is I don't know what the hell I'm going to create till it comes out. So it could be a hardback, it could be a signature, it could be just whatever I'm in the mood. And
Exactly.
then I have no clue what's going to end up in my stuff.
I'm the same way. I can get something in my head for one thing and then just turns out totally different.
But
Like
my
this
best
is
advice and what
something
works
totally
for me,
different.
I don't
I
know
think
if Liz feels this way, but the best thing that works for me, I have to work on multiple at once. Like I can't just do one theme, I'd get sick of it. So while I was doing, even though I started this journal the October before last, this goth one, I also did this one after. I did another altered one, which is my winter one that I just finished on my YouTube channel. This is the latest one I had just finished before I showed the goth one. I did one I handmade for a custom order that somebody wanted and sold already. It's better to have, in my opinion, at least 2 or 3 or more, depending on what you can juggle. Because what I find myself doing is I'll get burnout working on one. So that's why it took me so long to get the goth one done, because I put it down and then I worked on hers until it was completed. I started hers in December. It was done in March. But we had COVID. You know, I mean, things come up.
Yeah.
We had a sickness. We had a water tank blow. Like I was put off. So I don't know how long these would have took me if it wouldn't have been for things coming in the way. But you got to plan for that, at least in my lifestyle.
No, I work the same way. I don't plan, but that, like right now I do have a list of journals that I want to make, but some of them take longer than others because some of them mean more, so you want more in items for it, and so what, it's different. It depends, like Tammy was saying, it depends on the journal that you're making or even the art piece that you're gonna make. I think it's like that with everything in art and crafting. I've been following one craft sale for months. Somehow I looked up and found Miss Liz, so I've been stalking her and I've found tons of more sales and journal friends. Whoa, that's good. I'm glad you found more friends. That's how we learn from one another. Yes, some of you can finish in less than a week and others will take longer to complete. I know someone that would make journals while she was in a sale and would complete 5 and 6 of them, and it's like, how? Like, my thought process is very different, and it has to be that it's the same thing as Tammy's friend, they do one style. I saw a video on how to make a journal from food boxes, like cracker. Yes. Yes, you can save a lot of money that way. I came across junk journals on Pinterest and was like, what's that? Then I went down the YouTube rabbit hole and here I still am. Yep. If you get Amazon, save the craft paper so you bulk. Yes, you should save all of your packing paper. I save because they all feel different and they all look different when you use them. And to double them up and make pages from them too. Yes.
And I'm going
Yeah.
to put some of these down so you guys get an idea. This here is just a memory journal. This is for my cats I had that passed away at 21 and 22 years old. So I started it in Halloween and finished it in fall. And this is what I mean by the side text that you can make with the altered book style. And this is just a crafty book. This is one I don't want to write in. So it's just about pictures. Okay, this one here, I saw a friend of mine post this, my other friend from Australia that did the bag one. I fell in love with this one for one reason. When I saw it, it resonated with me, which is the best way to pick them. Is it's got to resonate for something you're looking for. I had a bunch of postcards from childhood till now and a bunch of stamps. So this is my postcard storage book. Instead of sitting in a tote, I now have my stamps scattered that I saved off the postage and all of the postcards family ever sent me through my lifetime. That's the only purpose for this particular journal. And that's why it's my postcard / stamp journal. This one here is a signature one that I made for my Sunny Fun Time mails. What I did with this is every seller I bought off of, I don't care if it's Liz or whoever, I still got to add her in here. But all the people that I bought off of, I wanted their business cards too. So I made this just for the people I buy from. And I turned this into my business book / favorite crafters. Like here's Rosie's Crafty Shacks page. Here's Michelle Scott's page. I have Defy. I have Katie. This is Katie's page. And these were things I bought from her sale that I turned into a page. And that's how I did this one. It's not done yet. But you can make a journal about anything. It could be anything. I even made one out of what you were talking about. I think it was a cracker box. And what I did was I turned up a page, I made it small, turned the pages up and turned them into pockets. And it stores all the funerals I have ever been to. The little papers that you get, their birth and death that you get at a funeral of your
All the
favorite.
funeral cards, yeah, the memorial cards.
I store that in that. And the only thing I covered that with was wallpaper I bought at the Dollar Tree. But you can make list journals. You can make journals of anything. Anything. Yes, like prayer cards.
Hey, Chris.
Hey, Chris. But those are just a few
Oh,
ideas.
I'm glad. Sweets. We can call you Sweet Face here because there's not another penny. At the sales, we have to call you Sweet Face.
Liz, look what I found after I bought one. A
I
lot.
keep mine in a cup here next to my desk.
Well, mine always sits up here with my journals. That's what I'm saying. And how I lost that, I will never understand.
It's those troll Barbies you talk about.
I know. I got troll Barbies that lives in my craft room, by the way, people, and they run around at night and scatter my stuff so I can't find it.
I'm so glad that you ladies came in today. Vix and Sweet Face.
Yeah, me too. They're gonna be sticking me in a loony bin saying that stuff.
Huh?
They could be sticking me in a loony bin saying that stuff. My troll Barbies.
Your troll Barbies. Sweet Face is the name of my nonprofit animal rescue.
They're gonna be like, what? She's got what? Troll Barbies.
She's got troll Barbies. They
That's what
steal her stuff, they move it around. You will discover we're a little nuts in here. Hope you're prepared. I hope you're prepared and wearing your Depends.
And some nights when we're in sales, we got to. Or body or depend something.
Oh, Katie with her grab your pearls, ladies. Hold on to your biscuits and grab your pearls.
I know I miss hearing Teresa in the background. I told her I was watching whenever I'm not done watching her live. I'll comment on it, but I've been watching to see after
Oh yeah, I love
the stuff that she had for sale.
Teresa's my buddy. I love that kid.
Her sales that are my weakness is when she does a paper sale. It's like, no, Katie, stop torturing me. She was talking tonight in Pearl sale. Teresa was. She's so cute.
Oh, I missed it. I could have watched because it's not like I could, I couldn't. Just I can't mod because of all the noise and for nothing because if I tell you, it's not even funny. The pipe they put in, they cracked it again. So let's see when they show up again. Like these guys really. All right. I think I got this so far where I want it.
I'm beginning to think I should do a flower page because I was going to do a birthday page, but I can't find my birthday stuff.
You can't find your birthday stuff?
Yeah, I was going to do one for my hubby's birthday page, but just doesn't want me to.
Tell you it's those Barbies. What are you working on, Liz? This is a canvas, Chris. It's a peacock rice paper that I did, and I put I used some modeling paste and some of the liquid acrylics from Prima. I love these things. I have them almost in every color. And I used some gravel. I put it on, and that's what you see, all the little roughness around. And then I used the liquid acrylic to color it. This one is Prussian blue. If you go to May's store, you can get these. Crafting on a budget. Sorry, Tammy. I hope that's okay to say.
Oh yeah, that's fine. You permit whoever you want in here.
Crafting on a budget. She has her she has a store, a brick and mortar, and a website. Which, if you want, Friday and Saturday, she's having a big blowout sale. She's doing a lot of destashing. Hey, Ring to Life. I have not seen you in a while. I believe it's Sophia. Is that Sophia? Haven't seen her in forever. Hope you all well. Missed you all. It's really late, early here at 3 a.m., but saw your live stream going. So had to stop by really quickly. I'm so glad you did. I haven't seen you in forever.
Why am I not?
Safina, right.
Oh, there she is. Yeah, I must be having lag.
Who? Oh, you?
I didn't see Safina. I'm like, where are you seeing her?
Yeah. I couldn't remember her name. I thought it was but Safina, yes. I do remember. I
Safina.
just haven't seen her in forever. Where have you been?
Safina, I finally posted the journal that I bought off of you. She's in the UK. I bought a journal off of her. It's in my 2021 video of the journals I used for that year. Your journal's finally out there, Safina. She creates wonderful dangles too. I love her dangles.
Yes, sweets. I will put May's channel, which she's having one this Thursday and Friday. And then I'm having a sale at the end of April. I hope you can all attend, which it turned out that it has to be a 3-day sale because that's how many sellers I have.
I'm gonna make you blue, sweet, and you Vix, and you take and right click. Once you become a blue wrenched, you can right click on people who post in here and see if they have a channel. It'll say go to channel as a mod, and you can see if they have a channel to subscribe.
I know, right, Sandy? I was surprised. I was trying to get Miss Thing over here to join and sell, but she says she doesn't have anything.
No, I don't have anything yet.
Okay, this is May's sale that she's having this weekend.
This is May's channel.
That's May's channel, yeah.
We both put it in.
Oh, you put it in?
Yeah. So you
Yeah.
go find crafting on a budget, and you can share links when you're in blue. You can also put links in to other places. Who all we shop from? Okay, let's see here.
This is my channel. How do you become a seller, Miss Liz? You have to be in my group, which is the same name as my name here on YouTube. And if I have any slots left, I can get in touch with you. Liz, does she play well with others? I don't know, Sandy. You know how she is.
Are you picking on me, Sandy? Do you need a spanking?
You know how she is, Sandy.
This is Texas Sparkle Boutique. She's one of my favorites. She's not just a crafter, though. She sells jewelry. So if you're looking for different items, sometimes she has a variety.
Oh, man, does she?
Her prices are very reasonable, too.
They really are. And Tammy has ruined me.
So when we put the links in, go check them out one at a time and add them if you want to go check out their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't want to stay subscribed to them, you don't have to. My suggestion is check them out first and subscribe to them. But if you want to pick them up fast and then decide you don't like them, you can always unsub. But here's Texas Sparkle, and then another person that I like shopping from is.
Oh, let me put this girl's website in there.
Now, Katie, and two, you have to watch like what you are willing to do when you go to a sale. Like, how do you want to pay? Katie changed hers. I can't buy from her, which is sad because I can't use. My husband won't allow it. He won't allow me to use checks, but because of the compromising of our thing, which I know I can trust Katie, but that's just him. And he's the ruler because he's the one that works. So I like paying through PayPal because I switch around between different cards. So I don't like it when people change to the Square or something else. It makes it hard for me. So I only shop with people that take PayPal. But Katie, I think, takes checks, but she's still a good seller. She's got really incredible stuff, and I really miss her sales.
She does.
And she's a sweet person. She really should be at 1K by now. You know that?
She should, but she's not, and I'm very surprised that she's not.
Me too, because she's such a sweet person.
Yeah. And I hear her moderator's pretty good.
Liz, you're so funny. And here's another person we buy
She's
from.
all right. I hear she's all right. She's not great. She's all right.
This is Pearl Brown. And I do have videos posted. The Sunny Fun Time mails are people that I have bought off of. Now, I don't always buy from all those people anymore because I've had to condense where I shop from. So some of them I don't buy from anymore, but these are the main ones that we're putting in here now. Who else? Let me think. I feel like I'm leaving people out.
You probably are. There's so many people.
Oh, here's another one I like
You should
shopping
make a
from.
list of people they shouldn't buy from.
I do that, and oh my god, that will really stir up some crap. Oh, I knew who I'm leaving out.
Who?
She's got one of the best reasonable prices in fabric that I have ever seen.
Who's that?
Because I know she gets, I don't know if she still works for Joann's or she used to, is Kilburn's Creations. This is
Oh,
Christina.
KK.
Oh, KK's got the best fabric sales ever. Her fat quarters are like always almost a buck a piece. I don't know if she'll rise as inflation's going up, but she's got amazing, and she's such a sweet lady.
Yeah, I used to wonder how she got her prices so low, and then
Oh God, sweet. That's a forbidden one in here. No.
What? Oh, no. Sorry, we gotta delete that. Delete. Did you delete it?
I can't delete it.
Oh, we
You gotta
can't leave that
retract that
name
one.
there. It's burning a hole.
No, sweet, retract. Please get her name off.
Sweet, delete that. Retract.
Yes, Scotty. Michelle Scott has sales too, but hers are really hard to get because she's got so many people that buy from her that it's like blip and it's gone. But she does have good stuff too. Now, Michelle doesn't sell all the time. She does like a D stash. What is it? Once every few months or something like that. But man, it's competition in her stream.
Yeah, her sales are really good.
How could I forget about myself?
There's not a lot of people that we don't recommend, but that is a definitely That's the only one I've been going to, but her videos to watch are great until I found this. Well, she and I let me give you a little story behind that. She and I used to be very, very close. And then that went out the window. And if you haven't been able to see it by her sales yet, I'm surprised.
My story behind that person, and I don't have a filter, people, so just so you know. I would go to her sales and buy, and when I tried to add her on Facebook, she wouldn't add me, and I couldn't figure out why. Because she would go out of her way, and she found like she knows I like horses, so she found a little horse stamp and all this kind of stuff. And I shopped and spent a good bit on a few of her sales. And then all of a sudden, 2 other crafters that were friends of mine, she was bashing me. Why? I have no clue. You have a lot of backstabbers in the crafting community. You got to find out for yourself. I don't tell people who to be friends with. You got to find out for yourself. But this is, I only don't like people who personally come at me. or have wronged me personally. And when I found this out, I confronted her. I sent an email because I'm a confrontational person, probably the very first you will ever meet on here. I take no shit from anybody. And I confronted her myself because I rather hear from the person instead of hearsay. And she lied. And the other two people, I know I can trust them because there was no reason for her to be bashing me. So when I confronted her, she lied. I said, just come clean with me and just tell me why. What did I personally do to you for you to bash me to two other crafters? And she wouldn't admit. She lied about it, but yet she wouldn't add me as a friend on her Facebook page. That told me everything I needed to know. Actions speak louder than words. So I don't have nothing to do with her.
No, she and I were very close, and she used some words that friends that are so close should not use with one another. And that was that she couldn't trust me, and that I basically not basically, she's used the word betrayed, which I have never done to anyone. When you're my friend, you're my friend.
And there's just things that, sometimes you just disagree with things. Like when we have sellers on our channel, at least I know I do. If somebody wants to sell with me, Viv has sold with me before when I've had a live sale. I don't have them as much anymore. I used to have them about once a month, but now I'm just trying to save up stuff because there's so many. It's so saturated with sellers that I back down a little bit because I know some of them, it's their income. So, and to me, it's a hobby. It's not my income. So
Sure.
I just made up my mind that when somebody sells with me, they don't have to pay to sell with me. And
Yeah.
when I found out that she was charging people, really? Who the hell are you to charge somebody to come on your free stream? I don't know.
Mhm.
People like that are just weird to me.
Face, I am having a multi-seller sale. Shauna's in it, as a matter of fact. And if I have any slots available, because like I said, I just had to add the Friday before also because that's how many sellers we have. If I have it, I can get you on there and you don't have to pay anyone to sell your stuff. You can sell it yourself. And you'll have fun and you'll meet new friends and no headaches from people bossing you around what you can and cannot do.
Mhm. Pretty much the rules with a good person are pretty much the same when you sell, and that's just sometimes they say take your time because there's lag.
Mhm.
It's mainly about YouTube.
I love.
It's not about a person. The only time I get agitated sometimes is when I'm in like a bigger stream and there's a bunch of people and I have to scroll back when they do the number thing. Like they'll say pick a number 1 to 100 and you're not given enough time before a person puts a stop in. It's like, let me check the list, let me get my number in the second time because when it's a bigger thing, it takes a bit. And I hate when that stop goes in before I put my number in because I haven't had a chance to get it in there fast enough fighting YouTube lag. There's
Are you
lots of
complaining about me,
skills.
Tammy?
No, I mean, it just happened a couple of times in a couple of streams with different people, and I'm like, "Hold up, give us
No,
time."
when there's a lot of people in the chat, I do wait. I wait a long time because exactly for that reason. But then
Yeah.
you have some people that haven't even put the number in the first time and they're just, they wait for the very last minute and I'm just like, "Oh, sorry." I
Yeah.
already got called out for being a cheater because I removed the stop. I won't do it anymore. I won't remove the stop. I
I don't
don't
know,
even have a
I'm
camera to
slow.
sell supplies, just the camera on my laptop. Oh, the cameras are not even expensive anymore, Penny. You can get a pretty good camera at a decent price, and it's so easy to set up. I suggest getting a camera instead of using your phone because with phones, you have a lot of issues.
And I'm on the fence sometimes with the share. It's really hard on the share because you try to do it with some things that's reasonable. Like say a person only has like 6 of the same lace, and then a person will say, well, we'll go down the list and come back, and it's irritating because what if you need more than 1 yard? Now, I'm not saying a person coming in and say, I want 10 or 20, but sometimes it makes it difficult if you want 3 yards. But I think there should be a limit if they're going to do the share thing, and I don't think it should be limited to just a yard. I think that there needs to be a little higher of a number. Or but then I see, because you don't know sometimes if it's crafters or eBay resellers in the stream, you can't predict who's going to show up to your live stream. And sometimes it could be that they're ordering by bulk because they want to resell again. Where me as a crafter, I might want, I mean, it took me a hell of a lot of more than a yard to do that goth. So it's very hard for me to buy something like this for a big journal like that, because there's no way a yard would have fit in this. So I had to go out on my own away from a live sale when I had to order a bunch to be able to do this journal, because I can't do the share thing on everything. But I do understand why they do it, because you can. I've seen people come in, I want 15.
Yeah, I've seen some people that they get crazy, and it's like there
So
are
I'm
other
kind of
people.
on the fence about the share. And then some sellers won't do it. Like when you go to Michelle Scott's sale, she's not going to do that. She's going to say first come, first serve, and tough luck. And I don't blame her for the way she does hers either. Because when you go grocery shopping, you don't have to share. You go into a store and you pick out what you want. Like my husband said, I said, yeah, but very seldom do you see somebody in front of you picking up 20 cans of food. I don't know. I'm on the fence about that. Sometimes it bothers me and sometimes it don't. I guess it depends on what it is. So that's something you kind of got to suck up in the sales. If you like the people enough, I guess you put up with it.
Yeah. I had somebody message me and tell me to please tell the seller not to limit. And I was like, well, you're asking the wrong person. I will never tell a seller how to sell their items.
Yeah,
Ever.
it's pretty much what they decide to do on their channel is what you have to come to respect,
Mm-hmm.
or you'll just lose out.
Exactly. I will never, ever. That's, to me, it's disrespectful. It's not I wouldn't want anyone to tell me how to sell my items.
I mean, it's different if it's feedback on my channel, but I wouldn't do it for somebody I'm modded either.
Yeah.
And sometimes these auctions, I'm telling you, I pull hair. It's like, get out of my way, I want it. And sometimes you lose. And then that's when Liz is going to make us. Where is she hiding? Where's she hiding? Oh,
Who's hiding?
there she is. And Liz is going to make these. See this? This is called a damn it doll.
Oh, yes, I am.
And this is what you use when you're in a sale and you can't win your stuff. You go, damn it, I wanted it. I was first. Oh! And this is what you do. And she says, this was made, I guess, quilters used to make these. I named her Stella. She's my damn it doll, and I want her. And it says, when you think you want to climb the walls or stand right up and shout, here's a little damn it doll you cannot do without. Just grab it firmly by the legs and find a place to slam it. Then as you whack the stuffing out, yell, damn it, damn it, damn it.
Sandy, speak up. Don't hold back. Ooh, I'm so glad, Shauna, you're getting your camera.
Sandy, you will not. Sassy Sandy. She's Sassy Sandy. Spills the tea.
I was just going to say.
You are not going to be quiet. I like Sassy Sandy. But this is what you need. And Liz, she decides to make these and sell these. I hope everybody gets one, because then you can slam her on your side. And another thing is, you always see your posts go in first. Whenever you're in a sale, always refresh YouTube. Do not listen to everybody else. Listen to Tammy. Do not go by StreamYard. Do
No.
only refresh YouTube because that's the only way you're going to get the true order.
Yes.
So when people
And
tell you I'm reading from StreamYard or I don't refresh, they're full of bullpucky because I have sat in thousands of sales and the only thing that lines up for me is the YouTube refresh.
And me as a mod, I like using YouTube because it's exactly what the buyers see. And to me, that's important because they know that I'm not cheating them. I've seen the cheating going on, and it's not cool.
Mm-mm.
I've seen it happen, and I don't like it.
You know, and you will see that some people who have these sales do have their favorite people and
Mhm.
they will play favoritism and you will get bumped off the list. That's what I said. Just don't make the sales too serious. This is how I look at it, ladies. When you're in a sale, especially if they're selling paper pads, the only time it gets frustrating to me is when it's vintage stuff because sometimes you can't get a hold of that stuff again. But go to a cherry on top. There are lots of websites out there that sell the same type of paper lines, ephemera, and everything. That if you're in a sale and you miss it, Google it, go find it. And that way you can't just don't take it seriously or let you stress out.
You have sellers though, like May, who she orders enough because she knows that she's always gonna have more than just 6 people that are gonna like the items, and that's important than having to wait another week. And she'll tell you if she doesn't have enough, she will get it for you.
Yes, she will. And
Or
one
if
thing
you
I
s
love about May, even at 3 o'clock in the morning, I'll hear that little messages. Hey,
Yep.
I found something that you were looking for.
Yes, she does.
And I love it because no seller puts herself out there like she does. And I mean, if you have your phone muted, you're good. You can answer it the next day. But when that girl finds something, she will immediately let you know.
Yep, she definitely does.
I was like, oh my God, when she did that to me the first, I said, nobody's ever done this for me.
Yep. And I've known May for quite a few years. I've known her from 2016, and she's always been like that. Always. You can, if you don't see it in her store, or if she doesn't have it when she's selling online, just ask her. She'll find it.
And she will give you the best deals too.
And best customer service.
Yep. That's
Best
something
customer
I've learned
service. I
about her.
tell you. Yeah, things come packed nicely. Nothing broken. I mean, if something comes broken, usually it's the post office. But yep. Let
She will
me
even go
see.
out of her way, and this is something else I've never seen somebody do. She will even go out of her way that if she could not find it online and she's got it in her stash, she will share
Yes.
her stash.
She
That's
will
how
take it
good
out of
she
her.
is.
That is so true. She will take it out of her own stash. I don't even have a camera. Oh, I remember that day, Liz. It was uncalled for, and you were totally fair. Oh yeah, I left that. I left that live crying. There's a new camera en route. Which camera did you buy, Miss Shauna? Logitech 930C. Yes. I've had people pick from my cart if I happen to have the last. Oh, that's terrible. I'm just going to sit quietly. Sandy, talk. Sandy's being
Sandy
quiet.
will never be quiet. We will not allow it, Sandy.
No. Shauna says
Oh,
agreed. StreamYard is not as accurate as people want to say. They just do that because it's easy. Yeah, and another thing with StreamYard that I don't like, if someone retracts on YouTube, you don't see that on StreamYard. And that causes a lot of headaches and delays. Because then you have people yelling at you, they retracted, they retracted. Yep. I recently bought a lot of her sales. She put in extras. Yes, she does. She does put extras. I was very angry for you. Yeah, I was angry and sad and ugh. May's channel is crafting on a budget. Yes, it is. And this weekend she's going to be selling Friday and Saturday. And her mod, be careful. She's not a nice person.
Yeah, you got to watch that mod. She carries a pitchfork. And she'll use it.
She'll use it. For sure. I hear she's a beast.
I'm telling you. She even has a little devil sitting on her desk.
It's horrible. It's just terrible, that moderator. Watch out for her, ladies.
Oh my goodness.
Tammy's gotten poked a few times.
And she has a zapper on the end of it too. I'm telling you. She even had working men come into her house and was like, "You don't move." Oh shit.
Now we're scared to go.
She says, "I have a pitchfork, damn it. I'm not afraid to use it."
People that will help you with any questions you have.
Oh my
Yes.
goodness, it's so funny.
Yes, sweet. Don't bother
Chris.
mod with questions. I'm telling you
Chris,
now.
I'm
Don't
telling
bother her
you,
with questions.
you don't want to know this mod.
She's a terrible, terrible human
She's
being.
like, who's modded this? She's evil, Chris. She's evil.
She is an evil, evil
Oh
person.
my goodness. So
She's
funny.
no good. Cattle prods on YouTube.
I mean, hers is so strong. She's right through your motherboard. She'll knock your computer offline. Oh my god,
you are
that's
the
so
mod,
funny.
right? Nope. Chris just gave me up.
She found Yep, Liz, she's that bad mod, Chris. She's like, oh, it's Liz. Oh shoot. Oh, that's so funny. We're so corrupt. We're
May's gonna
corrupt.
be like, you ladies are trying to scare people away from my sales.
Chris is like, I don't know if I want to go. This mod sounds rotten.
Vic says, laugh out loud, the dark side has been revealed. Yes, a long time ago. There is a dark side, Vix. A dark side, yes.
Hey, as soon as I knew her favorite color was red, I was like, oh shit.
Let me show you ladies something. Hold on.
Oh god. She's gonna bring it. She's gonna bring it out. Oh my gosh, this is so funny. They're gonna be running around the net. That crafting on the budget's got a crazy mod. Tom, we're done talking. That's too funny. Hey, Debbie.
Say hello.
See, I told you she's dangerous. Oh my
Each
goodness.
prong is gonna get a name. One of them will be Tammy.
Oh my gosh.
For sure. Naughty Passions.
Oh, did you bring out the stuffed one?
I don't have him out. He's packed.
Oh no, you stuck him in a box?
I had to because those people were gonna dirty him.
Liz, he's gonna be naughty in that box. I'm just saying.
Oh boy. I love it because when he becomes free, attack mode.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Say hello to my little Francis.
He's gonna be in a binge run when Liz lets him out. You think my little Barbies are bad?
she sent me this little stuffy. It's a devil, a little devil guy, so cute, and it has a cape. On the cape, I'm going to stitch Naughty Passions on it.
I sent him it to her in a Happy Mail.
It
I
was
couldn't resist.
I love it, and
Liz
almost
told me
every
at
single
first,
item
I
in
told
that
her
Happy Mail was red.
I told her I was gonna make her a Happy Mail. She goes, "Oh God, I'm afraid to open it." That was so funny. She was like, "I don't know, Tammy."
I was like, "Is it safe?"
But then when she opened it, she was, "Oh, how cute!" I said her evil, and she loved it.
I love him.
That was so funny.
Even though it's got a pink cape on it, but that's okay. We'll fix that problem.
I couldn't help it.
That issue will be corrected.
I just couldn't. I couldn't fix it.
I love it.
She's so funny. Who cannot love Naughty Liz with her pitchfork? See,
Pitchfork.
she comes off so
That
sweet.
that
Listen to
pitchfork
her voice.
started because someone called me Satan
Listen to that voice.
with a
She's
pitchfork.
so sweet and so calm. Even when people point out, "You forgot this," but "Oh, okay, I'll fix it. This is Liz, okay?" Then you get her in private and she's like, "Tammy, you gotta see this." And she sends me true crime shit. Like, "You're so evil, Liz." You're like, "She's so sweet up on the mic. What happened?"
She's corrupted.
And she's like, "Oh God, you gotta watch this story." And they're the sickest story you ever want to see on the web. But I love it though, because I love true crime too. But it was so funny. I'm like, "Okay, where did the sweet Liz go? Where's she hiding?"
Bring her back.
Oh my gosh, it's so funny. So I'm telling you, girls, you gotta watch. She might have a sweet voice, but she got that pitchfork. She'll get y'all.
I sent Tammy these coloring pages, this artist that turns like the Disney princesses and these other just normal characters into kind of like monsterish or just different, completely different from what they look like, right? And she's like, "Are you kidding me?" Disney characters. I was like, it's not the whole thing. It's just amazing how they go from so sweet to, you know, these scary looking things. Sweet to watch Mr. Ballin. Oh, I love Mr. Ballin. I think I've gotten so many people hooked on that guy.
She hooked me to Mr. Ballin's channel. And then
Even Tammy's husband is
female
hooked.
I found the female like Mr. Ballin, so then I got Sandy hooked to her. She was binge watching her for like 3 days. Sandy's like, "I think I've watched all of her videos." I said, "What?" Oh my gosh. If you people love true crime, oh my god, you don't know what you're missing.
I'm true crime obsessed, says Sweets. Oh, then you need to watch Mr. Ballin, and he has a podcast now.
I like what his commenter said. You got he's his commenters from Canada. He says you got better flannel shirt collection than I do. It's so funny when he made that comment. He had me laughing. Here's Mr. Ballin's channel. Debbie. And if you like true crime, he is amazing. And then here is the female side of Mr. Ballin. But you know what? She's even specialer because she applied her
Specialer.
makeup. as she's telling you these terrible stories.
Yeah.
And she's good at it.
I love anything like that. There's so many of them that I watch. And then I have the ID channel on my TV. It's on that channel all the time.
Her name's Danielle Kirsty, and she is my favorite female that tells true crime like Mr. Ball, and he's my favorite male, and she's my favorite female. I got Sandy addicted to her. So the second link I put in is Danielle's. I'm telling you, she's so good.
You won't be disappointed, guys.
We're introducing everybody to our sick people. They're asking us, hey, do
These
you
are
know
our
serial
addictions.
killers? And we're sending them to true crime.
That's
You
right.
can't get any better than that.
All right. I think I got this. Oh my goodness, that is too funny.
I'm like that too, though. There's so many people on here that are just worried about their own channels, and here we are sharing all these other people.
Yeah, and
We're not saying subscribe to us and give us watch time. We're like, here, go watch this person.
yeah, and there's a lot of people that say that they don't watch all those true crime things. Oh, please stop lying.
Liz. Oh, that's so funny. My husband sat, and I will tell you guys, he will deny it because he hates when I say stuff like this. But you know what? When I introduced him to Mr. Ballin after Liz, he was on the toilet watching him.
Sammy told me that, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah,
She
I
said,
could hear
"No."
Mr. Ballin coming out of his bathroom like, really, Mike? You're watching true crime while you're taking a shit? That's real nice to share. Oh my God, it was so funny. That's why I said we have no filters here, people. I don't plan on being monetized, so you can cuss if you want to. If you slip, it's okay. We have those moments in here sometimes.
Oh my god, I think laughing is awesome. Thursdays, I always wake up with a sore throat.
I'm a Christian with a potty mouth, and I'm not afraid to deny it. That's what I say. My pastor even knows. He says, Tammy, you know, it is what it is. We all have a sin. You don't go to church because you're perfect. You go to church because you're unperfect.
Exactly. Icicle perfect murder weapon. Yes. Agreed. Wow. We've revealed one funny layer of ourselves. Yes.
I don't purposely cuss. I don't cuss to show off. It just slips. Sometimes it slips and I don't even realize I'm doing it. Like when I
Well,
stubbed my toe and my grandson was beside me, oh shit. And my toe was throbbing so bad. And he goes, shit, shit, shit. And I'm like, shh, don't say that word. That was the very first cuss word my one grandson learned because of me stubbing my toe. And I would have to say that's probably my most common cuss word. So it happens. The F bomb is not my common. Shit is. But even if you get monetized on YouTube, they even say that if you drop the F bomb, you're not going to lose your monetization. They just don't want that as every other word.
right. I'm not big on cursing. I mean, I'm not that I don't. I mean, when I get upset, you'll know I'm upset if you hear me curse. But it's not in my conversation every other word like a lot of people.
Yeah, not me either, really. Just every once in a while it comes out. I'm cussy cutting, Liz.
Because
I'm not cussing, but I'm cussy cutting.
craft question. I have a Cricut. I've used it once, but I see these metal dies in a lot of sales. Do I need them? It depends because not everything that's on a metal die you can cut on a Cricut.
I don't use a Cricut because it doesn't do the things I want a machine to do. My daughter has
Yeah.
one though. I
Well, the
don't own
Cricut
any machines except my Big Shot.
the thing with the Cricut, it's a little slower than when you have the dies. And like I said, with dies, there are different things that you don't get with the Cricut.
They haven't made my machine yet. It's not created yet.
I have the maker. I had even the very first Cricut. I still have it here. I'm trying to make this little tag here old look vintage.
But no, I mean, if you prefer to follow that person, do not take us wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah, if you want to follow, the one name I didn't allow in here, that is your discretion.
Yes, we just refuse to promote her.
Right. Just so that you know, because I don't want anybody to
Yeah,
not follow somebody because of something that happened to us.
exactly. You may not have the same experience.
Right.
Yeah, I never tell people who to follow or not, but all joking aside, we just don't want to promote.
Right. So we will suggest people, but then we want you to find out for yourself because, sometimes I think when people come onto platforms, they get used to a certain way a person is, a certain way they sell, and things like that. And if you tend to like that person, just because they're on my shit list, don't mean they got to be on yours,
Yep.
so to speak. Find out for yourself. That's what I always tell people.
Yeah, Tammy and I didn't have a great start.
Nope, we did not. She got nasty and blocked me. Me and Liz fought the first time when
No,
we first met. And
we
then,
we were good at first.
yeah. And then we got
He
into
just
it. And then there was
he
another
just
crap.
misunderstood what I was trying to say.
She was like, you need to take her off block and you two need to work this out. So we did.
We did.
And then look at us now.
I
Her,
love my Tammy.
her pitchfork and my paddle.
Her granny paddle. They're besties. Those two pieces.
And we've had the best conversation. Liz is just awesome once you get to know her.
Yes, that's why I always say people get to know me. Don't listen to what you hear about me. Get to know me.
Yeah. Especially if you get her on a true crime conversation.
Yes. I think I am done. Not sure yet. This piece is paid for.
I can't think of if we missed anybody. I'm trying to think all the sales I go
That's
to.
what I'm trying to.
Oh, here's another person I like to buy from too.
Who's
Now
that?
there's some new ones that started that I haven't bought from yet. But here's another person who's good. Let me find her. And she even plays a game on her stream that's interesting. When you first go into her stream, she has you pick a number after, some people roll in, and she's got a thing called the hippie bus.
Oh,
And this is vintage hippie. That's Denise. Her daughter's in the military and she is a sweet lady. And what she does is you get one chance to win a ticket to the hippie bus. And say something comes up and your lag is bad or something and you can't get the product, and somebody else with a higher leg sneaks in and has stolen it, you got one chance to grab something off somebody with your hippie ticket.
Oh,
And I thought that was interesting. I was like, no, I don't want nobody to grab my stuff. But so you never know when that person's going to use that ticket, but they can only do it once through the whole sale. In a way, I'm kind of glad that they have this type of game though, because I think some of the sellers are trying to teach people not to be so serious about the stuff you get or you don't get. You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like they're trying to make light of it.
Well, that's why I always say when people are like, "Oh no, Liz taken," I'm like, "No, it to me, it's just it really is just stuff. It's you know, I'm not gonna cry over something that."
Hey, Laura. Well, I have to take it back on one thing because I would have cried over that ledger. I would have. There's a story that I want to share with you all, and this was probably the most stressful auction I have ever. I no, it not probably it was the most stressful auction I was in, and thank God I don't have high blood pressure because it had been through the roof. I'm not a competitive person. You know, I'm a strong-willed person. I speak my mind, and some people take that wrong, but I am not competitive. My own husband will tell you. He said she might try to be right on things she talks about, but he knows I'm not competitive. I never even liked competing in sports and school. I just don't like competition.
Yeah, and between friends, that's horrible competition.
It is. So I
Laura.
I was a part of Locker Nuts' channel, and I'm a part of Pirate's channel. Well, both of those channels, they know each other in person. They're in California and they go out and buy lockers together, and then they go through the lockers, and sometimes they sell stuff. They'll divide whatever, and one person sells and one person sells the rest. Well, they were going through a box of books because you not only get to see the auctions, you also get to go into the lockers when they're emptying it and you get to see the contents they find. So Jack and Mike is their names. They found a box of old books and they pulled out this ledger. And I'm over here friggin' drooling because I have never been in an auction like for a really good ledger like this, the whole thing without somebody dividing the pages. So I seen this ledger and it had an airplane on the front of it. And I thought, you know, if they bring this up for auction, I'm going to go for it. 10 months, people, 10 months. They misplaced this box and they could not find it. And every time I would go in their sales, did you find the ledger yet? I even, you know, even Pirate told me to private message him through Instagram, and I did. And I said, please let me know when you're going to auction this ledger because I really want the chance for it. So I even talked to my husband behind the scenes. We made a negotiation on how much I could go because these auctions are not like our auctions. The auctions in theirs, a bidder they could say, okay, we'll start this bid out for $25 with shipping included, and they automatically somebody will jump in there at 170 and it goes up. They're not like our auctions where they start out $1 and
Right,
you
these
work
are
your
real
way up the
auctions.
price because they have eBay sellers there and they are paying the bucks for this stuff. And these are very expensive auctions. I can very seldom get anything when I go into them because the prices are just too high for me. But they live in California. This is Jack's Living. This is Pirates Living. So they want the top dollar out of things. So finally, 10 months later, I was in Pirate's Dream. I was wanting that ledger and he finally found it. And he says, Jack, should we do the ledger? They were torturing me because they knew I wanted this. And so they were picking on me in the stream. Jack says, oh, I don't know. I said, Jack, really? So he says, Jeff will have it since she's here. So and they're giving like when if you follow their channel, we got free t-shirts off of Locker Nuts and everything. They didn't even charge us for them. Like they are such wonderful people. So we went in because I was a part of their channel before they even hit their 100,000 subscriber and they won their play button from YouTube and everything. But they are just so down to earth and as big as they're growing, it never went to their head. That's when you know you're following a good channel. And So we're sitting there and they did it. And there was another lady in there that I know sells on eBay. She decides to go up against me. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm never going to win this. I was sweating. My palms were sweating. This was the most intense auction. And it went to 50, then 55, and then up to 70. And it started getting closer and closer to my limit because I can't go in there and spend hundreds of dollars. I just can't. So I told my husband I will go to 2 and cut it off. And he says, "You're crazy." But it's a complete ledger. And I said, "I know how much sometimes they can go for an R sale, but I don't want to take it past. I'm just saying that'll be the cutoff." It gets up to 120. I'm choking. I'm like, "Please," because I know the lady that's been against me. And I'm over here praying. Like I've never prayed in my life for paper. I'm like, "Please just let me win this one time. I don't care if I ever have another ledger. I really want this one." And she finally said, "Give it to her." And I could have cried. And then I prayed nobody else would jump in because sometimes they'll say, I was up to 120. And sometimes they'll go going once, going twice, and somebody else will jump right in
Yeah.
and start bidding. And you're like freaking, I was never, my heart palpitations were going. I mean, I literally I sweated this out. I'm like, you don't even know. Waiting 10 months for this. It's finally here. And if I lose it, I swear to God, I'll sit here and cry. So I ended up winning it. And I was so ecstatic. And it's in Spanish. So Liz is going to help me learn to read it.
Mhm.
Part of it's in Spanish, and I have no clue what it says, but it's an aeronautics one. And I believe, I don't know if it's when planes come in. I have to look at the dates, but I do know it started with hot air balloons, and they were using that to make deliveries.
Wow.
So it starts before airplanes. And it had a whole bunch of stamps in it. It had that I took off the pages because it was like somebody didn't really care about the journal, the ledger itself. They were making it a stamp book. They had ephemera shoved into the pages. But what really touched me, Liz, is
Mhm.
what I found out later.
What?
They had an auction of pieces of a guy who passed away, who was a fireman, a military person, and a police officer. I did not know until recently when I opened it up, I saw his name. It came from his locker, and I won his wallet. And he was a police officer that carried a prayer in his wallet. I was in tears even doing the video because they sold off his uniforms and everything in this locker. Like his military uniforms were in immaculate shape. And I'm telling you, eBayers like went after everything in this locker. So I was fortunate to get what I got.
Wow.
But oh my God, never again. I never want to do that again. It was too stressful.
It sounds stressful. I
So
can't.
I decided no more. I'm not doing any more like that. That's it.
Just listening to your story and my heart is like racing.
When you have anxiety and stress anyways, you're like, I'm
Exactly.
gonna have to stick my freaking face in a paper bag by the time they were done. It was that bad.
Oh my
So
god.
nobody's gonna sit there and tell me that wasn't just stuff. That was a once in a lifetime that I will never touch again because I can't do it. It was too stressful. You can't. But when it comes to books and just crafting supplies, yeah, you could probably get a lot of that stuff somewhere else, so that's no big deal. But that ledger, I knew I was never gonna get one like it. And it was like, the vintage stuff is what stresses me. Store bought, you can get it, but the vintage is like, whoo, that's where the
Yeah.
competition's at. And I'll show you my precious here in a second. I'll go get it so you all can see it
Ooh, yes.
because it's awesome. I really love butterflies, but they suck to fussy cut because I can't do the antennas.
Yeah. The antennas are not easy to do. like
So I
that.
have the cutest little butterfly, and see what it's gonna look like because I cannot fussy cut those. It shows it. Well, it's not going to. Maybe if I have my hand under it. Yeah, there. See? I can't fussy cut that. I'll cut them off.
No, just cut close to them, but you can always add your own antennas too.
I was like, I like this picture, but it's like so tiny.
Alrighty.
So I think that's kind of why I steered clear of creating vintage journals because I don't want the stress to find pieces. I just don't. And I'm telling you, those eBayers are little ninjas too.
Oh, they are.
You get into an eBay auction and little ninjas sneak in right at the end and they sneak your stuff away from you. I just want to reach to the computer and smack them with my damn dog.
Where's your granny paddle when you need it?
I know. It's like stick your face over here through my computer because I'm going to smack you with my doll. My poor little damn doll. She's going to hit somebody in the head. I love my glue book. This glue book is so special. So give me a second and I'm going to torture you with my beloved ledger because it is so adorable and I will never go after another ledger like this one. The only other one that was on my bucket list is a horse thief one where they document horses being stolen back in the day.
Sandy said, what about the stamp set you almost paid $1,500 for? A stamp set you almost paid $1,500 for?
What are you talking about, Sandy? Oh, I know what she's talking about. I was in an auction. Okay. Sold a stamp set that was Stampin' Up. And I couldn't find it because it's discontinued. So I went to Google. Huh? What?
Nobody said anything.
Anyways, I went into Google and I couldn't find it. And I had to search it like a whole bunch of different ways. So finally I typed in a saying that was on one of them and it came up in PickFlix, but it wasn't there. And then finally I found it. One seller had it on eBay after searching for 3 days. I get into an auction and I had it at 11 and somebody came in and upped it to 13 and I went to type in 15 and 1,500 came out by accident. So I'm like the last 5 minutes flying through help trying to figure out how to retract it. I had to send a message into eBay real quick and I'm down to like the last little bit, like seconds. And I had to hurry up. My husband would have killed me if he'd have seen $1,500 for a Stampin' Up stamp set. Oh my God.
You better have put that in a case somewhere in a
I had
museum.
to change the bid and it was like the last 3 seconds the bid was changed. I was like, oh my God. So I went it for $15. I was like, there's no way. I'm paying $1,500 for a stamp set. Hey, Tina.
Hi, Tina.
She's another favorite crafter I love to watch. You ever have insomnia and you catch Tina's Messy Crafty Life on? She is a blast to sit with and listen to her craft. She talks more than I do. I'll deny it. I do not. Oh my goodness. She's awesome.
Don't forget to get your ledger.
That's what I'm getting ready to do. So go to her channel, people that's in here, and subscribe to Tina. I even won a sneaky giveaway on her channel one time. I didn't even know she was doing giveaways. I had went in on a night that she was doing these little giveaways for people, and I won one, and she sent me the cutest little stamp set and the cutest gnome card.
Hey, Diana.
Hold on a minute. Let me get my arthritis legs up out of the chair. I really need a comfortable chair down here. This is what I'm working on so far. I decided to do a flower, butterfly, and kind of a mix. Like a springy type page. And Liz will have to talk to you for a minute. I'll be back. Get your
I'll
picture
think about it. I'll think about it.
Get your picture.
I don't want to talk to them. I don't feel like it.
Banker ladies.
You don't want to talk to me? I don't think you want to talk to me. Let's talk about Tammy. She's not here.
She's gonna corrupt my little crazy Barbies down here. I think it's Liz. I think she's telling my crazy Barbies to mess up my craft rooms. I can't find anything.
Sure, blame me. Why don't you?
Here's my little cracker box that I made to hold my things from the funeral homes. Just a little pocket, and I made it out of yarn. I punched holes with my crocodile. This was wallpaper from the Dollar Tree. And it's just my little holder for my family members who passed and such. Okay, are we ready?
I think so.
Move this out of the way. Because this ledger's huge. Might even have to back up my camera. Just for a few minutes, I'm going to pull it to full screen so you guys can really see it. And then we got to put Liz back on. Because I don't like taking my guests off.
Yes, she does. She does.
This is the cover.
You didn't put it on you.
This is what gave me heart failure almost. This is how big it is. I will get my handy dandy ruler out. The cover of this is 15 and 5/6 inches tall. We won't do what we could do to the spine if we want to, I guess. By 10 and 7/8 this way. And this is what I fought for. You open it up. It has all this paper.
Wow. What year is that newspaper?
This one here, it was 2 cents.
Oh,
This
wow.
was New York, Friday, May 7th, 1937, the Daily News.
The Daily News. Wow. That newspaper's still here.
See?
My brother-in-law just retired from there.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And this was all from the oh my goodness, the Hindenburg, the blimp tragedy. And then you get into the inside, and I actually looked up these two guys in this picture. This is Baron Ehrenfried Gunther von somebody and Captain Herman Cole. And there's something in the military about them. I can't remember. There was something else in the book related. But this was all the stuff that came with it. And then look at this journal. This is glued in. Look at this writing.
Wow. It's amazing the way they wrote back then, right?
And then when you skip the page, I wanted to get the date. 1883. There you go, Liz.
Mercancías means that first word is inventory. Oh, that REINTGROS. That means reentriegos. Like not I was thinking like when they repossess, but it's not that, it's returns.
Nice. That's what I said. She's gonna have to read this because it's in Spanish. And look at the beautiful. Look how it's swirled in Spanish. Isn't that pretty? I
Oh,
love the
that
writing.
writing is amazing. That is gorgeous.
What's gastos?
Gastos means expenses.
Nice. See, I knew she would read this for me.
Mhm.
And it goes, when was the first plane? Let me see here. The first plane flight. Gotta look it up. Because I love how they have an airplane on here. Okay, 1903, December 17th, 1903. Orville Wilbur Wright made the first successful flight. Okay, so 1903. Remember that date.
1903.
So this goes from 1883, clear back here to 1889. Wonder why there's an airplane on the front of this. If the dates don't match. Unless he put it on there.
Yeah, well, that looks like it's painted on. It doesn't look like something professional. It looks
So
like it's
he
painted.
probably put aviation on here because he was seeing
Mhm.
clippings of the planes. But see, this just goes on and on. And I can't even begin to read any of this, but I love the writing. It's just so beautifully swirled. I mean, I'm so used to seeing it in English, and it's so awesome to see it in another language.
The writing is amazing. So pretty.
I don't know what that says at the top. I can't get it to focus in any
See?
closer. It looks like VUL. I don't know.
Devuelto means to return. If that's what it says, I can't see it. It's so tiny.
I know it's way up there.
You need a mic, one of those magnifying glasses.
And some kid, it looked like, was trying to write words in there. Looky there. I don't know if you can see that or not.
Oh yeah, that looks like a name or something. Clara. I don't know what that last name. Clara means Claire.
Somebody was trying to write it.
Clara.
And it was like, that's so cute. But yeah, look at that. And yes, eventually I will scan this. What's that say? Something? ANTO.
I don't know what that. Oh, Antonia above it.
Antonia?
Antonia, which is Antonia.
It's a pretty name.
That's like Antonio for a male, but it's female.
So yes, it was worth it. And there's like, oh, I don't know how many pages in this thing. It's got like, it goes clear up to the blank. And I'm not sure they're all in here, and there's some ripped out in the end, but it's up to 205. But I think it was worth it.
It is.
Oh, waiting 10
I
minutes.
love that grungy cover.
And then this is the back of it. See, look like somebody tried to burn it.
Could be.
I don't know what that is. They said that they used to throw ledgers in a fire and try to pull them out. I don't know what that is.
Too bad. Little did they know that they'd be so good for us.
I know. And it makes you wonder how many is out there laying in the world that we don't even know is there.
Katie helped me get my first ledger not too long ago because I could never get a ledger. They run so expensive. These ladies like get crazy with the prices.
And all the stamps I pulled off of this, they were glue and stamps, and I was using undo. Here's some of them that came off, and my husband goes, he has a whole bag upstairs that he's doing research on. But some were loose in bags, but they were kind of a little bit stuck together, and it was hard to separate them, like this one here. But he was using this as a stamp book. So this is just some of the stamps that we pulled out of it, but he's checking the rest of them that were loose. They were in little glassine type bags. And we probably pulled out a stuffed baggie full.
Wow.
And a lot of the recordings in here have places like it looked like stuff was dropped off, but some of these were ripped. But see, there's the variety of stamps. The stamps were really cool.
Yep. I wish they would make them like that again. But then those wouldn't be worth anything, I guess.
So that is my palmy sweat that almost gave me anxiety.
This is her anxiety ledger.
Yep, my anxiety ledger. Definitely. And then I had a set of World War II letters I read for the month of December. And I found more because those were sold separate. I don't know why he sold them separate in bundles on Pirate, but I ended up with the first bag of them, and I read them in December, and then I found the rest of them, which there's like 5 more bundles. And the same girl that was against me for this ledger wanted those letters too, and she says, just let Tammy have them because I had won the first set. She said they should stay together, and they were from a man named William and a woman named Elsie, and they dated it, and then they were both in the military. Or no, she was home, he was in the military, but they had friends in the military, and it's like their life story. Oh gosh, me too, Sandy. So I got the whole collection of their letters, and there was a lot. This is just the first set of them that I read in December. There's 70 letters altogether, and I still have a bunch more.
Wow.
And I tried to find them. They were in California, but the closest I could find was the wrong people. They weren't the right people, but I searched 2 addresses trying to see, because I want to know if they had kids, they have grandkids, like continuation, but I can't find any information on them. So that's my palmy journal, and I'm never going to go through that again. My once in a lifetime, and I'm done.
Yeah, I see some of these ladies that buy tons and tons of journals at these prices, and I'm like, Oh my goodness, I can't see myself putting that into just one book.
I can't either.
I mean, over and over again? Heck no. You did it just that one time, and that's okay. But some of these ladies just buy it over, and I'm like, wow, good, good for them because
Me too, Liz. That's what I feel.
I'm like, I can't do it.
Sometimes I can't even afford the page packs.
Yeah, my husband would never. He never gives me a hard time and stuff, but I think he would give me a hard time spending on ledgers the way some of them do.
It's like, how many pages does a person need? But no, like if you go into a sale and you're looking for like, stuff that's a dollar or two, well, right off the bat, you get a paper pack of just a couple folios is 20 bucks. Well, there's my shopping.
Hmm.
If I only want to spend so much.
I like paper packs though because in paper packs you get so many different things.
I just wish that when they retired, I still wish we to put in a thought to these people who make these paper pads is please, when you go to retire these lines, please turn them into digital form.
Yeah,
Because you can still make money off of digitals for new people coming into scribing, but please don't take them away from us. I feel like that's a torture and a push that we have to have anything now, 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 now.
yeah. Sandy says I can't pay those crazy prices either, Liz. I would have to have a ledger, but yeah, no. Katie worked something out for me and it was perfect. But it's hard to try to explain that out. Me spending that much money on that. But that one that Tammy got is a great one because it's like she says, you can make copies of a lot of that stuff too. Some of these ladies tear those things apart. I
Mm-mm,
couldn't.
I'm not tearing that sucker apart, not for what I paid for it.
I wouldn't exactly. I would never tear it apart.
That's a petable journal. I mean,
Mhm.
ledger. I definitely will keep petting that for the rest of my life. And then I'm going to leave a note to my daughter, whatever you do, keep this ledger, never sell it. Pet it for the rest of your life. My oldest daughter, though, she would. She would keep it if I told her. But this journal here, and some people don't think of this either, but you can share a journal like this and not have to do the prices. If I go to scan the pages of this, I'm not going to charge you guys $200 for the pages.
Yeah,
I can scan it and share it, and eventually, depending on what price I pick, after a while, I will make my money back.
exactly.
And that's this it. Even if I don't make a profit off of it, just to even make part of the money back on it is nice because it's not really a total loss, and plus you're sharing it with people.
Exactly. If you scan them, you will make your money back because people like that kind of stuff. But and there are a lot of ladies that can't afford to pay what some of the prices that some ladies charge.
Exactly, and that's another thing. If you cannot afford paper packs, let me tell you, ladies, go look at digitals. And there's the big difference, and think about it a minute. For people that are new, when you buy a paper pack, once it's used, it's gone. When you buy a digital, you can run that sucker off as many times as you want. It's
Exactly.
with you for life once you purchased it. You can't share it or sell it to other people as a digital because
Mhm.
it's out of respect for the person that made the digital. But once you got that paper pack, it's yours. And some of the digitals are pretty. They are very nice. Some of them are even better than the paper packs. And sometimes when I'm creating a journal, if I don't have the money, because sometimes when you go to, craft these journals, it's going to take you more than one paper pack to do it.
Yeah,
And I've seen people spend, they'll take and buy 3 of the same paper pack. That can get very expensive when you're buying a brand name like Stamperia.
I love
And
paper
and you
packs
use,
also.
like, some of it for the cover and everything, and then you make ephemera out of the rest of it. That's why I have a hard time with paper packs when it comes to creating a journal. I would rather personally use those for tags and stuff because I never have enough, and I'm not going to buy 3 of the same paper pack. I would rather do a digital.
Oh no, I'm guilty of buying 2 and 3 paper packs. Not at once, but yes,
I won't for a journal.
I love it. Oh
But
no, it's not only for a journal. Because I get a lot, you see it and you get ideas for a lot of different things. But I love my paper pads and I love digis. I just love it all. What the heck?
I do too. But I just can't see myself buying 3 to do 1 journal, and I don't really do any other crafts
Oh
but
no,
journals.
not one journal.
So when I did this Gothic one, even though I didn't buy any paper pads for that one, all of that was done on digital. Bettina's like me. She was on her channel one time and she says, "Here's my Stamperia paper. I pet it." That's Tina. I'm the same way. There's some that I just want to keep for myself and I cannot use them. I just want to pet Stamperia because it's so pretty and it's expensive. And if I'm doing something for myself and I'm not selling it, I will scan Stamperia for my own personal stuff, but I won't do it to sell because I know it's a copyright violation. Well, for my own personal use, I scan them suckers before I'll cut them. That's why you don't see anything on my channel being sold. I have never sold any of my paper pads yet as in journals. Every journal I've sold has not been by paper pads because I tend to hoard them and pet them. But when I get sick of them, I will. Whenever that will be.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, good luck with that.
Now, if I buy a pack of from like Joann's or even, well, I can't say I like every single page of Stamperia. If it's a page I'm really not that fond of, yeah, I can use it. I just won't use the whole pad though. I save my favorite ones to pet. I just got to make sure my wicked little Barbies down here don't start tearing up my paper next.
Those wicked Barbies.
I'm telling you. My wicked little Barbie elves that live in my craft room, they're terrible. I used to dream as I was a kid. I had a tent set and little horses. I used to buy the Breyer horses and stuff that my Barbies used to ride, and I liked the bendable Barbies best with the knees that bent with little screws in them because they could sit on the horses better. But I used to dream that my Barbies would come to life after we would go to bed. And they would run around camping and ride my horses. And it was just funny. And I think it came from reading stories like the book Indian in the Cupboard. You know, you used to get those little scholastic books from school out of those little weekly reader things. I used to love those books.
I used to buy my daughter bunches and bunches of books with her. She loved to read.
And they made me believe in little people. And I mean, fess up. Come on, people. What did your tooth fairy look like? Describe what your tooth fairy looked like.
Do you really want to know?
Yep.
My tooth fairy? No, I can't share. You guys are going to think I'm crazy.
Oh, come on. I want to hear what all your tooth fairies look like that used to take in your teeth out from underneath your pillows and bring you money.
I used to think that my tooth fairy looked like a really pretty little fairy, but when she opened her mouth, it was ugly because she used all of the teeth she collected.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Tooth fairy used to steal the teeth, give money, and say, "Hey, it's mine. They're going in my mouth." I freaking love it.
Exactly, because I was
She's
like,
got a
"What is she
criminal
doing
tooth
with all those
fairy.
teeth?"
She has a criminal tooth fairy.
See,
I
so my
love it.
mind was sick since little.
Tina, she said her tooth
Didn't
fairy
just
looked like
start.
her dad.
My dad, because I caught him.
Tina, you're so funny. Well, my tooth fairy had yellow hair because, you know, in Australia, they don't have white hairs, blonde hair. They don't believe in our yellow hair being blonde. So I say she had yellow hair. And she rode a motorcycle and she would she would ride into my room in the air, and she had the cartoon smoke coming out of the pipes of the back of her motorcycle. She was a cartoon, by the way. She wasn't real. And she rode in on her motorcycle. She would steal my tooth, put money, and I would hear the motorcycle fly away. And that's my tooth fairy. Because she had to be tiny to get under my pillow for me not to feel it.
Yeah.
So I love our tooth fairies. Debbie, what was your tooth fairy?
I need to use that story, Liz. You can't take the story, Debbie. It's mine. She's my tooth fairy.
Our tooth fairies are cool.
Yes.
My tooth fairy would pick up Liz's tooth fairy and she would have that evil smile on the back of a motorcycle.
My tooth fairy scared the kids that wouldn't give up their teeth. So I canned them over.
Our imaginations are funny. I still couldn't figure out how Santa got down our chimney when we didn't have any. I used to tell my mom, how come you keep saying Santa goes down the chimney? We watch all these shows. We don't have a chimney, so how does he get in our house?
I came out all excited because I thought I got $5 from the tooth fairy. My mom had my dad go $1 under my pillow. He put a $50 in the dump, so they exchanged it out for $5. Oh wow! What a
Oh my God,
letdown!
Tina, you're so funny. That's
These
great.
tooth fairies are no joke.
That's unreal. Oh my gosh. That's why I said Tina, she's so fun to listen to. If you're up like at 5 a.m., sometimes she's on and I would hit her stream and I love it. She'll talk to you while she cries. She is so funny. She's entertaining. Oh my goodness.
Boy, I've been up a lot of sleepless nights. I should have visited Tina.
This is, oh my God. This is Liz's saying if this was YouTube. Haunt your YouTube like a true witch's manor. She's gonna grab that pitchfork, buddy, and she gonna haunt us. I used to tell people my voice was gonna haunt Yahoo. I said, you think these guys are bad because these booters would come in and boot my channel? I said, I always had a paddle. And I said, I'm going to come in here and freak you people out. One day when I'm dead and Yahoo's still here, I can't believe it's gone. I said, you're going to be talking and my voice is going to come out of nowhere and say, I'm going to spank your ass if you're bad. And they used to laugh. I never dreamed Yahoo would go away.
Sandy said, "Who's from Kentucky?"
I'm going to have to find YouTube. That's all there is to it. Liz is going to haunt us with her pitchfork, and I'm going to haunt you people with a paddle. Oh. This is too funny. I need a gnome that holds a pitchfork. I'm going to name it Lizzie Boo. Stick Lizzie Boo on it.
I'm going to have to find one.
Look at this one. I like him because he's got like a little bandit on, but he's holding a sign, not a pitchfork. Look how cute he is.
I like him.
Cute. I find the cutest stuff in magazines. It's crazy. Something This Way Wicked Comes.
Oh boy. I love that saying.
Something's gonna happen. Some of these are gonna be for another Halloween picture. I love collecting Halloween stuff.
I was little, my parents would go out once in a while and bring my brother and I candy bar home. My parents thought I was getting my candy bar only to find out after we were adults he was eating my candy bar.
What's the naughtiest thing you ever did to a sibling? This is the naughtiest thing I ever did. I used to hate animals being captured, and I would set them free. So my brother, he had this little cage thing. We used to go downstate and go fishing, and he had this little cage thing that connected in the center. It was like a dome, and the fish could go in for the minnows that he would catch for the bigger fish, and it was jagged where they couldn't get back out. So they would stay in there, and then he would go open it and collect the minnows for when he would go fishing in a bucket. And I'm underwater seeing it going, "Go free, fishies, go free." And I kept opening his trap and setting his minnows free. Well, he never knew it. He thought the trap was junk. I never knew this either till years later. We were telling stories at my mom and dad's, and I said, "Yeah, the things that we used to do as kids." And I said, "Yeah, I used to set all those minnows free." David's eyeballs got big. He says, "I thought that damn thing didn't work." He says, "You really?" I said, "Yeah, I used to let all your little minnows free because I didn't want them to be eaten by bigger fish."
Oh my god.
So that's probably the meanest thing I ever did to one of my siblings.
Oh my god. I did something horrible to my younger sister.
You bad girl.
It was bad, but she deserved it. My younger sister was my dad's favorite. She was like, she would do some evil things. Like she would bite herself, she would hit herself, and they say it was one of us, and we'd get hit.
Bad
So
girl.
one time she was ironing something and she wasn't ironing it right. So I told her, let me help you. I can do that for you. And she's like, no. And I was like, but you're doing it wrong. And she's like, no, I'm doing it and whatever. And I was like, all right, all right. I was like, but you're gonna mess it up. By the way you're ironing it, you're gonna burn the material. So she's like, I'm telling daddy that you're bothering me and you're gonna get it. And I was like, what? So she took and she bit herself. And I was like, okay. I said, if I'm gonna get hit, if I'm gonna get in trouble, I'm gonna get in trouble for a reason. I grabbed the iron and stuck it to her arm. And I burned her. She was screaming, and I was like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. But I got so mad because there's so many times we got hit for no reason, and I just let her have it. I was like, and she still remembers that story to this day. But when my mom got home just in time, and I told my mom what happened, my dad was gonna hit me, and she was like, "Oh no, you're not. Your little angel did this, this, and this." I was like, "Those are not my teeth mark that are on her."
God, that's awful.
But I was like, "Mm-mm." Oh my!
Then
Does
as
it
much
mess
as I
with
like
you
watching
anymore?
watching true crime, Liz, and I've always been obsessed with it. Even in college, I did a paper. I was a nervous wreck when my youngest one did. My youngest daughter had a cat, and they had the little because they talk about serial killers torturing animals before they become killers, which is absolutely horrendous. I'm not laughing about that. But it started to scare me as much as I love studying them. And then my daughter came and we got her this cat named Sam. And they had the little kitchen set that they played with the plastic kitchen set. And one day, both the kids were in school. She was just like in, I don't know, kindergarten or preschool. It was a young age. And I
Mhm.
kept hearing her cat cry, and I couldn't figure out where the hell the cat was. And the poor thing, I was like, well, he's got to be trapped somewhere because we were afraid, we have the litter pan and everything, and they were in the house. I could not find him for a while, and I don't have no clue how long he was stuck in here. Here she had taken him and stuck him in her play stove.
Oh my God!
And she locked him in her plastic kitchen set. And I thought, oh my God, please don't let my demented serial killer thing go. I like watching them, but I would never torture anything, and I told my husband it scared me to death.
Yeah.
Oh, did she get in trouble when she got home? And I was just like, "You do not do this." And I'm thinking, "Please don't let me raise a serial killer. I would friggin' die."
Yeah, no, that's one thing. I mean, I'm not an evil person, but if you get me mad enough like she did, it's not good.
Yeah, but my
Yeah.
daughter scared me at first.
Oh, my little sister's not afraid of anybody. So she don't care. She'd mess with any of us. But she did not do that anymore about getting us in trouble when she felt like it, she would lie. I think the burn helped her.
And then another time, she was out playing outside. She would kill me if she knew I was sharing these stories. But she was playing outside, and these are warning signs, like, but of course, she didn't, thank God, turn out to be a serial killer, but she caught a frog in a bucket, in her sand bucket, and we're talking like a 90-something degree humid day, and she forgot to release it,
Oh, poor frog.
and it literally fried in her bucket. So when you had a daughter that does this, or a son, and then you find their cat locked and you're like, hello? Like, what are you doing to these animals? Like me, myself personally, when I've always loved animals, and I would go out and catch something, I would put a bowl, I would have it in a plastic bowl with holes in it for air, bring it home. I would throw grass in because I didn't know what their environment meant. I don't care if it was a cricket, a crayfish. I love catching little crayfishes. And I would bring him home, and my mom had a ledge, but my whole thing was I would go upstairs, my mom and dad's encyclopedia set. I wanted to know what they ate, what their environment should be. And I'm in there pleasing the damn animals. My daughter's sticking a bucket and she's letting them fry. But then I would release them. Like, I
Yeah.
would keep them just enough to learn the facts about them, and then I would take them back out and let them go. But she scared me there for a little while. But then, of course, she was like, "Mommy, I forgot. I'm so sorry." And I'm like crying over this frog. I said, "How could you do this? I know what it's like on a hot day when you're so thirsty. I can't even imagine what this poor frog went through." I said, "I never taught you to do this to animals." And she's like, "I'm sorry." And then she's writing me letters. "I forgot. I swear I forgot." And I said, "From
Poor
now
kid.
on, you do not catch any more animals.
Yeah,
Leave
definitely.
them alone." Because my husband, he even hunts, but he became a sucker as he got older, softy. And I remember we had a black snake outside, or some kind of snake that was trying to devour a frog. And my husband's out there saving the life of this frog. He literally pulled it out of the snake's mouth after cutting its head off.
Poor
And
frog.
he's this poor little froggy, and he's out there, and I said, we know it's the chain of life. I don't want to see it. We don't want to see it going on.
Yeah.
So he's out there saving it, and it's like, oh my gosh, it was crazy. Now, one time my cats brought a chipmunk in the house and decided to beat it back and forth.
Oh gosh.
They got out, one of them got outside, and they brought it in alive, and they didn't hurt it. They were just smacking it, not even have their claws out. They were playing with it like it was one of their toys. And my husband had to put double gloves on so it wouldn't bite him, and he took it out and set it on a branch of our pine tree we had to save it. And he said for 5 minutes it sat there stunned. And it wouldn't move. And I said, "Would you move after cats beat you back and forth?" And it sat there frozen. And then finally it took off. But we did save that one. It was never a dull moment in the house we used to live in because we lived in a wooded area. One night we're watching TV, and we see this great big shadow going up the wall. And my husband's like looking at this shadow going, "Oh my God." He says, "That's got to be like the humongous spider I've ever seen." Going up in the air. And hear what it was. We had holes out on our yard. It was burrows, and he thought it was snake holes at first until he got to studying it. And here we had crayfish living in the side of our hill because right down over our hill was a creek.
Oh.
And when the closer you live to water, the more you kind of get the watery type creatures. And in here, that one of my cats brought a crayfish in, and it was its claw. We saw the shadow of its claw against the wall. That was so weird. And Callie, she was my dog cat. She would protect me. And if you guys, oh my goodness, if you knew me in Yahoo, you'd have been like, is that really a cat on the back of your chair? She would be on my chair every time I would go live behind my head. And so one night I'm sitting at the computer and I had it in my dining room. She's jumping at this book beside me and she's distracting me while I'm talking. And I'm like, Callie, what are you doing? And I told Mike, I don't know, she's getting into glossy magazine pages or what, because she was sliding every time she jumped on these magazine pages. So I got up, I go to the bathroom, I come back, continue to talk, she starts doing it again. Here, I happened to move my foot, pick up the magazine, there was a baby snake under it. Right by my foot. And she was trying to protect me, to tell me that it was there, and I'm sitting there yelling at her. That was creepy. Because we had our basement is where they would get them, because we had like a water drain down there. It was not like it was an old house, and it was the way it was built. And she would go downstairs and find snakes and bring them upstairs and play with them like they were strings. Creepy. Very creepy. Where'd Liz go? She leave us? She says, I'm sick of Tammy's big mouth. I'm taking a break. Liz, get back here. We miss you. But I don't know. Those were the days. But I miss my cats. This is the first time I've been without a cat in a very, very, very long time. Now we just have our doggy. And I'm making a mess over here. Aw, Debbie, that's cute. No, you're not allowed to go to bed, Sandy. We're keeping you up. How's your storm going? Did it pass you? Sandy needs to get into her new home. Oh, we need to get Sandy moved. She needs to get into her new home. So we have the word, huh? We have the word creating on that page. I'm going to put bloom on this one.
All right, my friends, I'm going to go. My hubby is home.
Well, welcome back, Liz. We thought you left us.
No. Hubby is home, and he said hi to me, but I didn't even get to, really say much. So I want to go and spend some time with him.
All righty. Will you go spoil your hubby?
And I will see you guys the next time. Oh, Sandy's leaving too.
Yeah, she hears me all day. Because I need a break from her big mouth.
All right, my friends. Have a great night and many blessings to you all.
You too. Thanks for being a guest.
I love it. I have fun with you every time.
I always have fun when you're on here too.
I'm gonna
You
see
have a
when I
good
go
one. Tell
on.
hubby we said hello.
I will. Bye.
Bye-bye. My page is almost done. It's getting there. Gotta give Liz a hug and Sandy a hugs. I got some bad news today. We actually had a loss in a schoolmate that I went to school with and a kid that grew up in our neighborhood. Telling you. So I got to go get my booster shot that's scheduled, and I'm hoping I get to go to the funeral home to try to make an appearance. It's got Halloween stuff in it. Want to finish my floral page. I think it looks cute. I like glue books. Tina does glues too. Hmm. Do I want to put that there? I mean, I guess I could. Maybe. Maybe not. That's kind of cute. I can add that piece. Look how cute this is. This was something I cut out. Look, let it be. Sometimes they even have cute pictures on t-shirts in advertisements you can cut off for glue books. I get so many. Look at that. Oh, that looks scrumptious. I would want to turn that into a smoothie. I remember when I was a kid, I used to catch a crayfish. I'd hold it up to my dog and he'd bark at it. We had a little beagle named Barney. He was so cute. He would see them pinchers and start barking like there was no tomorrow. It was too funny. I'm looking for all my cutouts. I took a shoebox and I started cutting pictures and just putting it in here randomly so that I could theme anything that I would play with. There's a picture there too. I got horses in here. I got sayings in here. Oh, there's another butterfly. It's just a shoebox right here filled with goodies. Look at all those goodies I cut out. My junk mail box. And I even started making these. You know, I never did finish these either. That's something else I need to work on craft nights. I did ABCs and turn these into like journaling type cards. And this was all from scratch. I would pick a name like Autumn B for B. I got to finish this alphabet. Here's my E for eagle, my F for farm, H for horse. This is my junk journal card because it's got a mixture of everything. I got to finish those too. I've been working on these for a while. I started doing them on Facebook, and I never did get to finish them. I was doing videos like lives there. All right, Debbie. Well, thank you for stopping. No, no, Tina, that's terrible. That's awful. Why won't they let you buy it? Oh my god. That is terrible, Tina. See, here in our state, they have to at least give you 30 days. That is awful. Oh my word. I just don't understand people. I really don't. That is a terrible thing to do to people. See, that's just like back in the day when my parents and stuff were raised. It used to be, things by word of mouth, and you can't even trust that anymore. Um, a friend of mine, her and her husband took this one house and they had an agreement because they were, it was a relative of his that if they paid land contract for a certain period of time and they fixed the house up, they would take that amount off and they would let them buy the house. They would count the rent. And so they did. They rented and they paid all that money and then they turned around and they fixed the house up and he painted. Not I don't know what all they did remodeling, but I used to visit there almost every single day. And it came time for the house to be turned over and he turned around and sold it out from under him. Talk about a prick job. All that rent and all that money that they put into flipping it, and then he took it from them. So that's why I said I don't care if it's family or not. I would have everything in writing because you just can't trust people anymore. It's terrible. But I know here they have to give 30 days unless um I think it was a 30 something happened and my sister had a renter who was destroying the property. He was busting holes in the walls. And when she took him to court, he was moved out faster for destruction of property. And of course, she didn't have to give him his deposit back. But he took and he punched walls and he punched a hole in every single wall. And that was my grandmother's house. And she took a chance and rented on him because he was supposedly a convict and I'm not saying all convicts can't be recuperated because I do believe some can, but he had served prison time and come out. And of course, his stories were lies, but she was giving him a chance and that's what he did. So she had to not only kick him out and he had like 3 days to get out, which they gave him some amount of time. And that he left his stuff there and all that's another story. He left his stuff there and he wouldn't pack it to get his stuff out fast enough. And then one of his friends stopped in the house to do something. Well, guess what? Their time was up. I had the police and this hand on one phone, and I had my husband's rifle in the other, and I chased son of a bitch off the property with the police with me on the phone. My sister thought I lost my mind, and I go, "I've had enough." That even though my grandmother's not here, I spent time in that house as a child. I missed my grandmother, and he just pushed my give a damn button a little too far by doing what he did. And I was pissed. And the cop they're on the phone telling me, "Please don't kill him." I said, "If he doesn't get his ass off this property, I'm gonna shoot it." And I had my husband's shotgun in my that's how we do it in West Virginia. And this kid ran down the road screaming at me, and they could hear him over the phone. Because I said, "You get your ass off this property or I'm gonna shoot it off." That's how I deal with people. But it was just like, oh, my husband thought he goes, "I swear to God, you flipped your lid, woman." I said, "No, because I'm not taking his shit." I said, "That was my grandmother's home. That was a place I was raised when I was sick and everything." And he just really pissed me off by punching holes in the wall. They have no respect for anybody else's property. I was furious. So that's my evil side, I guess you could say. And he definitely got the message, but he did lose a lot of his stuff because it was donated, because he wouldn't come and get the rest of his stuff out. But he had so many days, and she had to redo all the walls. Oh my God, I was so furious. And that wasn't even my rental property. It should have been my sister chasing him off. But it was next door to my house, so it was convenient for me to do it. And then she had to have papers served, and I wanted to serve them. And my sister says, "No, I know what you're capable of, so I'm having Dad do it." She says, "Because I know what you'll do." She didn't trust me to be nice. I would have ended up in jail. That's how mad I was at that time. Oh my gosh. My parents taught me two things in life. They can't stand people who steal, and they cannot stand a liar. And I guess I carried that heritage because I hate the two too. I can't stand it when somebody lies to me or steals. It pissed me off. My husband says, "I can't believe it." Normally, I don't even know where he keeps his rifles. I was just so mad that day because it was just like, even though my grandmother's gone, it still had sentimental value to me. And he just rubbed me wrong. People are something else. And he had plenty of time, and he kept dragging it out because I was next door and I saw, and he hasn't even begun to move his stuff out of there. Me, myself, if it had been me, I would have had a yard sale. I would have taken his stuff, had a yard sale, and made some of the money back to pay for the holes he punched into the damn wall. So, yeah, I kind of have a little bit of a low tolerance for criminals, especially the ones that lie. My sister was laughing at me. She's like, "I can't believe you did that." I go, "I can't either, really." I said, "All I know is I was seeing red." And I think everybody can have their button pushed, by the right person. I do believe so. Try this. I think this will look better. Make it stamp looking. I don't know. People they just don't respect things anymore like they used to. I kind of miss the old fashioned ways a little bit, when your word meant something. It's getting rarer and rarer. I think today we kind of live in the illusion of, people staying good. It's not like it used to be. Heck, I remember walking down our neighborhood and you knew where the people, I knew where our neighbors even hid their house keys to their house when they weren't home. But we never thought about walking on somebody's home when they weren't there. I came from like a neighborhood like Opie, you know, we trusted each other. We used to sleep with our cars unlocked. I can't imagine doing that now. Everything's changed. So there's my floral page. We got the word daisies on the daisy. We got creating and we got sunflowers there. We got the word bloom. I think this turned out cute. We got a little fall gnome down there. I love fall. And the colors are cute. And this all came from scraps. None of this is crafty stuff bought. These came from magazines that come in my mail. Lots of cussy cutting. That's crazy. That is so crazy. And the way things are right now, Tina, it is so not good with inflation, Ryan. And that has to be terrible. Right now, everything's outrageous with inflation. That's just awful. Do you have family that you could stay with temporarily or anything like that? My advice to somebody that would happen to, I mean, it's too bad you guys, I don't know if you own a camper or anything, but it's too bad that you can't park a camper somewhere and live in it and put your stuff in storage. And then while you're living with somebody in a camper or in their house, just you guys, then when you get enough money saved up to just get your own place and then move your stuff out of your storage unit. I know storage unit here are reasonable, but I can't speak for in other states. But that would be awful. That'd be terrible. That's what me and my husband would have to do if we would have our house pulled out from under us. We'd have to stick everything in storage and probably get a camper or stay with my daughter and then until we got a place again. At least if you have a storage unit, you only need to like take your clothes and necessities. Well, that's good, but that's still sad. And see, and that's, my husband told me here a while ago, he talked about renting. He says, because, they would take care of everything. I said, but then you got to look at this. They can raise your rent. They can tell you you have to leave. That happened to a friend of mine. They had a whole upper house of a house they were renting because this old guy, his kids and stuff were gone. So they decided to rent the whole upper part of this house. So her and her kids moved in there and stuff. And I mean, moving's a lot, especially when you have kids or you've had, stuff you've collected through the years. And so his son decides he wants to come home. So he basically come out and said, you've got 30 days to leave. Well, even 30 days is hard because you still have to find, especially if you don't have a place and there's not a lot of people renting, it's still hard to find a place that's open depending on what month it is. Cause a lot of times here in the, winter months, the apartments are filled. So I even think 30 days is crunching. And then if you go to buy a house, it's even worse because you got to, have things done and then closings and all that kind of stuff. And another thing I try to tell people, and I had this talk on my last live stream, If you are looking for a house and you have never bought one before, go the first time home buyers route. You can get a hold of a realtor and talk to them about your finances and how much you can afford, and they can help you. Because when we got our first house, it was on a land contract, but it was actually illegally done, and we didn't know it because it was a family member, but it was illegal because she thought she could just run it off the computer, and we signed it and had it notarized. Well, it's got to be signed in front of a lawyer, and she didn't realize that. But we fixed it. We just went ahead and refinanced our first house through the bank, and it was ours anyways because we've been paying on it for years. So they just refinanced it in our name. Well, this one, because we didn't do it as the first time home buyers, the understanding is all you have to have is like $1,500. It depends on how much your closing costs are. When you usually go to a realtor and you don't say a first time home buyers, they want 20% down of the house, which you got to have money saved up to be able to do that. But a first time home buyers, you don't have to do that. The first time home buyers, you just pay the closing costs. We only paid $1,500 on this house. That was it. And then we signed the papers, let it close, and then we just made payments. Your payment is a little higher than if you would have had money down, because that's the whole point of having money down, so that your payment's a little lower. But it was okay with us because it's no different than rent. We only pay $500 a month, which is rent pretty much. And we've been living here, I think 14 years or 10 years. I don't know. It's been a while. But so that's how they do it. So I always tell people, if you've never purchased a home before and you want to do a first time home buyers, that way you're not smacked with all that cash. But it is always important because you can call a realtor and you can just talk to them. You don't have to pay for a phone conversation. And you could say something like, hey, me and my husband are getting ready to, our landlord's selling our house out from underneath of us. It's just a suggestion, Tina, and say, what can we do? Because this is the amount we want to pay out. And is there any way that we could find a house, because maybe you don't have an amount saved or whatever. And sometimes they will accommodate you to try to help you find a place. Sometimes they might even know land contracts. Sometimes there's even houses that have been repoed. And I know, like, if you go to Zillow.com and places like that, they'll just show you a map picture, because some people have had their houses repoed because they quit making payments or whatever, and they'll trash it a little bit. But what the heck is that? I mean, anybody can find like a kitchen cabinet replacement or a furnace replacement or something. And if it's a hole in the wall, well, that can be patched too. Because I've seen a lot of times they'll resell houses and they won't show pictures because there was a little bit of damage done in it because the person was disgruntled. But you can get a deal on those houses. Well, that's good. But still, if you weren't planning on moving, it's still rough. I like this one crafter was telling us the other day, she bought a 5-bedroom house. Oh my God, I wish I had 2 more extra bedrooms on this house too. I would love it. I would turn one into a library and keep this room as my craft room, and then my other room could be another guest room. I'm getting ready to purge some of my house though. We're having a community yard sale in June. So I'm having it in the back garage of my house. What I've been doing is loading up one vehicle and driving it down here and unloading it on the tables and getting it ready. Because I want to make more space in my house. It's too hard having your craft room in your bookstore, because I've got a mess down here right now trying to convert one into the other. I wished I would have waited and sold off all my books and turned it into a craft room, but then I wouldn't have no place to do my crafts, so I kind of didn't have a choice. But it's like so weird down here because it's like you'll see piles of crafting and then you'll see books still on the bookshelves from the store when I had it open. Then I have a power craft over here, and then I got more books. And then out in the hallway, I got boxes of books yet to go through. I gotta get back to my book videos. I miss doing my book videos. But my hubby is upstairs. He's finally home from work too. And my page for the evening is done. I gotta date it. Let me date it down here. For the year. But this was fun doing a glue book again. I haven't worked in this in a little while. And I do want to finish this eventually. And then I got to go back to working in my horse book that Mousy. Did you see the horse book that Mousy sent me, Tina? Did you get to see that? I don't know if you got to see it or not. I don't know who got to see it versus who hasn't got to see it. But it was a beautiful Happy Mail. So we'll put this aside. This was the book Mousy sent me as a Happy Mail, and she shocked me. She really, really did. I sent her a Happy Mail because sometimes when I know people are collecting certain things, if I'm around them enough to know what their lists are, and I know she likes Mousy stuff, so I found her a bunch of really cute stuff when I was out thrifting and at people's sales. So she tells me, she says, you're getting a mail for me. And I said, what? I said, you don't have to send me anything. Because when I do a Happy Mail, I expect nothing in return. She says, oh, it's just a bunch of shit I threw in a box. That's what she told me. And look what she sent. I told her a bunch of shit thrown in a box my ass. It says inspire. I can't believe she did this. She and it was so funny because I had just bought this fabric. And she has all these cute little tucks. Look at this. This is amazing. A little vellum page with a pocket full of goodies. And then in here, she made one of these little things and envelope to store stuff in. And it's got all kinds of different goodies in here with pictures, and there's like parts of calendars in here. I can't believe she did this. I about died. She made my Christmas. It was right before Christmas, and I was like, oh my God, I have this under my Christmas tree. And my one granddaughter that loves horses, she goes, Nana, I want to see it. I want to see it. And so now she's all excited. Look at this. And then I added, look what she did. Look how cute this is. How it's cut in the paper. And she put a tuck in here. This is so stinking cute. There's like so many layers to this thing. And then I added the doily. I've been adding some gluey stuff to this too. And then I colored this with crayons, and I stuck this in from one of my books. But look at this, how cute. Postcards. And then I did these. I had fun playing with my stencils, and I just love mousses. Nuvo mousses are like my favorite product. Look at that. And then I bought this at a Defy auction. So I stuck that in there, and I'm going to store stuff in it. I just think this is so cute. This is like my favorite thing ever. Then I colored this and put this in. And she had that on there. I got more pages to fill. Look at this. Oh my gosh. See, she doesn't have a channel, and it kills me. There is so much hidden talent on here. And they never show their stuff. And then I think I got this at Maddie's sale with a little clipboard with the chain. I think that was adorable with the horse head. And then I found this. piece of stationery. Look at this. She got a fabric flip in here. And then I was playing with my horse stamps. So I did all this, and then this was a napkin that I decoupaged, and then this I cut out. This is one of the things I made with the Nuvo mousses, and then I put a button in the center. So it's like mine and her stuff, and then she's got a library card thing here. And then I got this off of Maddie's sale, and it has bookmarks, and I left it in here. It's a little envelope it came in. So if I ever need a bookmark, I know where to pull one from. And then she made a board, a writing board, out of the same fabric. I about died. Like, I was so shocked. She's something. Look at that. And then she pulled out this picture the other day. She says, "Do you recognize this?" She said, "I bought this at your sale." I said, "You didn't buy that at my sale." I said, "I don't even know where you got that at." I said, "That doesn't even look familiar." Here it was, something I sent her free, and she's done work on it. I would have never recognized this. She goes, "That was that thing, the scrapbook that you stuck in my package for free." And I'm like, "You got to be kidding me." You should see the work she's done on this. I can't wait till it's done and see what she brings it out to. So I would have never recognized it. She made this little horse book. Look how cute that is. All these beautiful pages and all this horse stuff. And then there's a cute little envelope tuck. She stuck some fun stuff in this. I cannot believe she made this for me. I'm like in love with this book. And then look at this. All these tiny little, look at this. Tiny little tickets with butterflies. I got this. I put this in. I bought this off of somebody's sale and stuck that in there. And then she had all these already in here. Look at all those tiny little envelopes. She stuck butterflies on these and stuck these in. And then here's one that actually opens. Oh my gosh. I'm in love with this book. I'm like, oh my gosh. So then she sent me pieces of calendar, and these were the Polaroids that are still empty. So I cut these off and started gluing them in the Polaroids because I got more calendars. And she sent me pieces of calendars that was left that she made this from. Look at this. Look at this little, she did all this. She grunged that. Here's another picture of a horse. A little cold. And she put this vellum leaf paper in, and then this paper in. And look how adorable that is. And it says, "Simple pleasures are priceless treasures." I just love this book. I love it. And I don't know how this was done. I don't know if she bought this and did this to it and that to it, because it looks like this was homemade, because that's glitter. And I got 2 of these. This is I just ordered 2 of these today. They're chipboard binders because I'm getting ready to start on a project that I'm going to do on my lives for my dad. And I wanted the regular size binder to hold, regular size notebook paper. So it was like 11.5 by your 8.5. And I can't wait to work on the project for my dad. But she's the one that gave me the idea with this one, because I didn't even think, I kept looking for regular binders, but I really don't want to use a regular binder because they're bendable. I was looking for something a little harder. And then one day I just typed in Hobby Lobby chipboard binder and it popped up, and I was like, oh, cool. I didn't know they had these in chipboard. So, That's where I got it from. Hobby Lobby. Oops. I just ordered 2 today. They have smaller ones and then they have bigger ones. Let me see. I'll bring it up for you. But I was like, I'm in love with this book. Like, I think it's just so gorgeous. I typed in chipboard binder and you can get smaller ones or big ones. The smaller one is, I'm going to see what the size is. Okay, you can get the 6x8. See, it says Hobby Lobby. Well, it's supposed to say Hobby Lobby. But here's a smaller one, or you can type in, see, this one's the 6x8 and it's only $7.99. The regular size is, it for some reason I can't get it to come up in their search engine, so give me a second. It's 11. Let me type in the size. 11.5 by 8.5. And then they come up for $12.99 under Hobby Lobby. It's called Craft Chipboard. And this one here is the bigger one. So this is the one I bought 2 of today because I wanted the 8.5 by 11 paper. See, that's one of the things I can say when you do Google, make sure it is the size, because Google's so messed up sometimes. You type in a size of something and it'll give you every product, but it's not the size you're looking for. So I always have to double check on that. I told my husband, I Googled something last night. What was it? This just goes to show you can't believe everything Google tells you. I typed in, let me see if it'll come up. It should still be in my search engine. Can dogs eat McCormick's instant gravy mix? See, it's still in my search engine. And watch this. You get 2 people. Okay, first it says, can dogs eat McCormick gravy? No. Read this. Look at this. Your pooch shouldn't really have gravy because it's packed full of salt, which isn't good for your dogs in large quantities. And it can also add calories to their dinner without providing any nutrition. Right underneath of it, can dogs have McCormick brown gravy? Open it up. Look what it says. It's the same damn question. Gravy and broths are also good for your dogs and make their dry kibble extra tasty. So what the hell is it? Can they or can they not? It tells you yes, they can, and then no, they can't. I swear Google's a mess. Because I told my husband I was going to add some gravy to flavor her food last night. So now I didn't do it. Because I'm like, they give you 2 different answers. It is. And I've shopped with Michaels online and I've shopped with Hobby Lobby, but my personal preference on the 2 stores, and this is just me, I've never shopped Michaels offline, but I can say when you shop Hobby Lobby and say you only want 1 page, like say you want sunflowers and you type in sunflowers from a paper pad, you just want the page. You only have to order 1 through Hobby Lobby. But when you're shopping like that on Michaels, they make you buy more. They won't give you just 1 page. It kept coming up on me through Michaels. You have to purchase so many. Well, what if I don't want that many? So that's the reason why I like shopping at Hobby Lobby on the web better than I do Michael's, because it's more cost effective than, pushing you to buy more than what you want to. Did you get to see my goth journal, Tina? I freaking love that thing. I put so much work into that. I did a video on it, and I was so glad that I got the open smiley faces, the open mouth ones in the comment sections in the groups I posted them in, because I was wanting the wow factor. I started on it the October before last, and I really put everything everything I've learned from digital till now into this journal, and I had sleepless nights on this thing. And to finish it, I had 2 nights with no sleep. I just hate when I get to crafting, because I get carried away and I don't want to go to bed. But yeah, she sent it in a bag, and she sent some extra goodies with this, so I got more stuff. I'll put in it as I go along. I've never shopped at Michael's except on the web. We don't have a Michael's here. I have to travel for things when I want to shop. I have to make a day of it because everything's so far away from me. The closest store I have is a Joann's, and their prices are expensive. But here's my Gothica. She is finished. She won't sit up because her spine is huge. She's like, my husband's like, I can't believe you made this, but I wanted it this big. I did it on purpose. That was not an accident. Because I wanted to put all my stuff in it. Yeah, me too, Tina. I'm the same way. I have to work in something until I get to a point that I'm satisfied to put it aside and continue later, because if I don't, it'll be a mess. And I have to make sure once, because I can get carried away and really work hours and lose track of time. Sometimes I even forget to eat. I just go in a zone. And it's like, so yeah, when I wanted to finish this, and I had a couple of friends are like, we want to see it, we want to see it. And I was trying to pull off 2 more things and couldn't figure out how to do it. And then finally it came to me, but it took like a week for me to figure out how to do it. And I thought, I'm just going to do it. I didn't even test page it. I just did it. And they turned out perfect, even better than what I expected. But it was like, I just wanted to incorporate so much. And what's funny about this journal is that I love it because the people that gave me feedback were like, they got so lost in the video, and the things that they were telling me as feedback was so amazing, because they didn't even realize there's not one thing sewn in this. There's no stitching in this whatsoever. It's all glued. And I hate when you go into a stream and a crafter makes it seem like you have to have a sewing machine. Well, what if a person can't afford, or that they don't want to sew? And me, I personally liked it when people do tutorials on stuff. I like it when they say, if you don't have a sewing machine, you can glue, or if you don't want to glue, you can use a sewing machine. I feel that choices are so much better in a tutorial, especially for a first timer, because I don't like being made to feel I have to run out and buy something. You know what I mean? Like, I have to go get this $100 sewing machine, because what if you're on a budget? So I did buy a portable sewing machine, but I never used it first. I haven't even touched it yet. It's sitting on my table because I do want to play with one to experiment with the different stitches, but I just didn't want to be forced to get it. I'm used to sewing everything by hand, but my mother did have a sewing machine when I was a kid, and we took home ec, and it's not like I have anything against them. It's just not my favorite thing to play with. And there was nothing in this that was sewn. Nothing. Not by hand or anything else. It was all glue. Except, well, I can't say nothing because I have to take it back. The spine was sewn in the top because My biggest fear on this was being that this is my first hidden signature, I was afraid the signatures would be too heavy. And I did have to take a big needle and sew the top and the bottom of this by hand just to hold the spine. But as far as like stitching, fancy stitching, it was nothing. There's nothing in this that's stitched. It's all glue. But I had so much fun putting everything I've learned into this journal so far. This was a lot of fun. I love the Amy paper. Oh my God, Amy's paper was perfect for this. And I don't know if she saw the video or not, but I hope she does, because her black Rit dyed papers are just stunning for the for the stencils. Couldn't think of the name, gosh. When I pulled out the stencils and I pulled out the Nuvo Mousse and I put this on her paper, that's just stunning on her paper, because you have the dark side and then you have the creamy. And the color I used was natural cotton of the Nuvo Mousse. And I used a paintbrush and I put the stencil down and held it by my hand, and then took the paintbrush and painted all of this with the paintbrush. And this is just stunning. I sat and it blew me away. I mean, I knew her dyed papers was beautiful, but putting stencils on it's amazing. So then I just went through, randomly looked at different pages that I wanted to add the stencils to, and I just went to town. Look at this one. There was more to this stencil, but I cut it off because I only wanted so much. And then back here is one of my favorites. Now this was done, it's got like a purple tint to it. If you look at it, it's like an iridescent color. This was done with one of these. I'm not really fond of this product. To use it as a distressor. This product, to me, it's opal polish, worked better as a stencil with a paintbrush. And this is different than the mousses. It's just the texture. Hold on. It's so funny because when you dip your paintbrush in this, it bounces like marshmallows. It's like the texture of this is just different. It's bouncier, and you don't get as dark as the Nuvo Mousses. But this is whatever with that. I don't care to use it with the sponge. I tried it and I wasn't impressed, but this is great with a paintbrush. But it's got like a little bit of a glow to it. But this was a lot of fun. I had so much fun with these stencils. I was like, oh my God, they turned out. And then in the center of the signatures, I just got this in the mail to finish it. I was at Crafting on a Budget sale, and I told May, I asked her, I said, it's hard when you buy mousses and this kind of stuff to find it in black. And I told her, I said, I need a dark color. And I said, is there a such thing as a black mousse? And this one here is called Black Ash. And it's almost got a little bit of a gray tint to it. And I was like, oh yeah. So I ordered this off of her. This just came in, and these are okay. If they start to dry, all you got to do is add some water and stir it up. And they're good. I've never had any problems with this drying out on me. But this is what I did this with a paintbrush on stencils. And I had a ball through every single one of the middle of the centers because I wanted to play. But I do need to do a follow-up video tomorrow. I want to give credit to the the digital people because I can't remember. I felt bad when I started to do the video and I'm like, "Oh my god, team, you can't remember who gave you all your digitals." So I should have made a list, but this anything with the blue all came from one digital person. The pages came from all these pages with these florals came from another digital set. That was not from Etsy. The blue one was. These pictures here are probably copyrighted. I found them on Pinterest and then I added all this to it. This here came with the blue set. That was a digital. This was part of that digital. There was a different digital with color. I don't even know how many. I know Tracy Fox is in here and there's other digitals, but I want to give them credit. And I need to name them so that if anybody ever wants to try to do the goth, you're going to have a really good site to get these from because this was stunning. I was looking at when you type in goth images, I didn't want the darker side because the darker side of goth, you get it, you can type it in right now. Type in goth images, you get skulls and all this creepy shit. And I didn't want it to look Halloweenish. And I decided to romance it. That's what I decided to do when I did this. And I didn't want all the dark side of goth in this. And then one of the feedbacks I got was, oh my God, it was like a Poe. They could see Edgar Allan Poe in this. I said, well, I wasn't even looking for Edgar Allan Poe, but I wanted it to be more of a romantic side of goth because these girls are beautiful. I mean, look at them. How the makeup is done. Look at her face. And then this was a Pinterest picture and I ran it through my art program and put secrets inside. I did that font myself. And then, I mean, look at it. These pictures are so pretty. So then I just ran this off and then I added the font through my art program and all this style. And a couple people want me to do digitals. I said maybe eventually. But I have to do stuff that I know it's not copyrighted. And then like her, I mean, all of these girls came from Pinterest. And then I picked the word desire to go with her. I kind of looked at the girl and thought, what word can I use? And I did use a thesaurus to pick out some of these words. And I did all of these brackets. I literally Googled these as images and added them to the pictures before they were printed. And then there's our sultry. First, I kind of didn't like her, but she kind of grew on me because when you're doing a goth journal, there's limited stuff to use. And then this is wishful, like she's thinking. And then, of course, Tammy's passions. I had to have a passion page, and I thought she was perfect. And she's got blue eyes, and I have blue eyes, and I just thought that was gorgeous. And I had fun putting the little things on. What was what one called? Thank you, Laura. You mean the mooses and the stuff I was holding up? But this was a lot of fun. Like, it was just incredible. And then the lace that's here, up here at top, I think one of the laces came from Esme's channel. I believe it was this lace. And then I needed a bunch to be able to pull this off. And I ordered that. That was not from a live sale on here. That was something that I Googled for black lace. And when it came in a bundle because I knew I was going to need a lot. So this lace came from a different place. to where I had enough. Because a lot of times when you're at the sales, they'll only sell them by a yard, like you only get like a yard or something. I needed a lot more than a yard. And then I wanted to give it some spike. So I decided when I went to hang the tags, that would be the spiky. And then, of course, these faceted beads were really cheap. They were not expensive. I got those in bags, I think from Walmart. They were cheap. And then, of course, these charms I bought in different places. This came off of a choker from the dollar store. I think it was Dollar General. They had these chokers, and I thought they would be cute to add something somehow, but I ended up taking the crosses off of the choker for this. And then it was just incredible. I still can't believe this came from my brain. Every time I look at it, I'm like, Tammy, you really created this? What the hell? Because I always like everybody else's stuff better than mine. And it shocked me. Like every day I open this thing, I'm like, I just can't believe this came from my mind. I'm just shocked. I shocked myself. And my husband says, if you open that damn thing one more time, because I kept looking at it, re-looking at it to where I was sick of it. And I did have to put it down for like a month. I couldn't stand to look at it anymore because you just get so tired when you're working on something this big. At least it's how it affects me. And I couldn't even look at this thing for a month because you come back, I think, with fresh eyes. But when I was doing these doors, this was something. Coming up with these doors was just hysterically funny because I would have never thought to use nose rings. I kept Googling. If you only knew the rabbit hole I went down to do these doors. Oh my gosh. Like I had the doors picked out from images, so they're probably copyrighted too. And they were a picture and I cut them open to make them open. I had to cut these. That was hard enough in itself because you're trying not to cut it because you know you're going to have to print it again if you do. So I cut the doors out to make them to where they open. But this hardware, I kept looking up jewelry box pulls, knobs to open jewelry box. You only seen the rabbit hole. It took me 3 weeks. And then when I finally, they come up as a pop-up from something. I don't know what I hit. I couldn't even tell you because I searched so many times. I looked down, I thought, oh my God, Tammy, I would have never thought of nose rings, but they're so stinking adorable as the hardware. And I have never done hardware. This is the first time. And then I bought this cord and it wouldn't fit through the holes. And I still have that upstairs. I'll have to find something else for that. So then I ended up I had, this is just the regular ribbon, glitter ribbon that you could get like at the Dollar Tree. I ended up cutting it up the center and making it tiny enough to fit through the holes. It was a job. It really was. It was a lot of work and a lot of ideas. And I was sick at nights. Like there was sometimes I couldn't even sleep because I was trying to figure out what the hell to do to add to this to finish it. Because it was getting to a point I just wanted it done. And the only thing I didn't incorporate into this journal that I wanted to was like a snippet or a little doily with a button on it. It was the one thing that's left out that I also play with. But it was trying to just incorporate my favorite things. Like I wanted stickles and I wanted the Nuvo drops. And I just trying to pull everything that I love into it. And it was rough. And then this here was fun. I had to reprint this sucker 3 times because my art program is not the best. You have to make sure it's in inches. And this is actually, I Googled what's the word? Come on, Laura, help me. Burlap. I Googled burlap, and I took a color that I liked. I stuck it in my art program, and of course I typed out Gothica and the definition, because Gothica can be spelled with a C or a K. I liked it with the K better. So I ran this off and it didn't come off right because I had it set in pixels instead of inches, and it was cut off. So I had to go back into my art program and smush it back together, the font, and make it smaller. And then this is actually a die cut I own. So I ran it through the die cut machine after it was printed, and then I have a little butterfly punch, and I used my black cardstock to make that little butterfly. But this was a lot. And I can totally get sometimes why people charge $300 for a freaking journal, because it was a lot of work. This here is cardstock by itself, and then all the ink you use to print, and this was something that I found in stationery. But this was just something. And then trying to figure out how I was going to incorporate my Nuvo mousses. That came out at the last minute to use stencils. And I thought, because I have a crap ton of stencils. And you can find some really good stencils on Amazon. Diana, I probably could, but the red door, the jump rings wouldn't have worked. And I think it's because I saw the different styles of nose rings that's what made me end up jumping on it. Because I don't even have my ears. Yeah, I have my ears pierced. That's about it. But I wanted more than just a ring. This is actually a nose ring too. And look at it. That's not a ring. They actually, what is it? Did they put that through their nose? I don't even know how they wear this stuff. But there's 2 holes here and all this come up. But I loved it because it's like a side hardware for a door. It's like a handle. These were perfect. As soon as I saw them, I was like, oh my God, I would have never thought to use these on doors. And it opens up, it shuts, and it's perfect. These were perfect. It's amazing what you can find in little hardware if you get down the right path. But it was just different. It was definitely something different. But I love it. Like, I love looking at other people's work, and I think it's so important that when you do see things that you compliment people, because every crafter is different. We have our own styles. And I didn't do a lot of people that do hidden signatures, they put fabric in here. I didn't do that. This here is literally just I think it's off of, I can't remember. It's cardboard off a cereal box or something. But my biggest fear was this would not hold, because whenever you do a hidden signature, usually you're told to do a light signature. Well, I didn't want to do a light signature. So I put them on the cardboard first, that was such a pain in the butt to try to measure this piece by itself to even get these on it, because it was bowing every which way, because these are heavy. So when I finally attached it, like I said, I used Gorilla Glue and Fabri-Tac. It would not hold. I literally had to, it kept splitting. And I'm thinking, oh my God, my worst nightmare is coming true, because I knew it was going to be hard to do this. And I even talked to another crafter who does hidden signatures, asking for her opinion. And she told me to make the signatures later, but it was too late because they were done. So I decided to take my big needle and thread, and I sewed this in this way by hand to get this to hold. Because if I wouldn't have done this, it kept cracking down the sides. And then the bottom, I did the same thing. I went in and I sewed it, but you can't tell they're sewed unless you look at it up close. See this? See where it's sewed? That's the cord. I used that black cord right there. But you can't see it through the back because this hides it. But I know it's there because there was no way this was going to hold. And being that this is my first hidden signature, it was also a lesson. But I will never do another hidden signature again unless I can sew it, because I just don't. I use so many pages that I like in my signatures. So that's just a tip for people who never took Nick the Booksmith classes, because I know she does it different. I never took one of her classes, but I saw a video she did recently, and mine's way different. She sews them to the fabric first on her channel, and she did a tutorial, but I didn't use fabric. So this was my way of doing it, and it worked because it stayed. Because I kept thinking it was going to fall apart, but I'm glad I did what I did because it worked for me. And I'll share my tips. I know there's a lot of people like to hide secrets because, I don't know why. I guess they want to be invaluable crafters. Like some people learn a trade on a job and they don't want to teach people because they're like, oh my God, they'll hire that person over me. But I don't feel that way about crafting. I like sharing techniques. So if anybody ever has a question about something, I'm not going to hide nothing. And I never, ever edit my videos. So that's why they take so long, because you don't miss a step. And sometimes it can be, yawning, especially when you're trying to get the pieces together. It took me 7 weeks. If you go back to my previous lives I just did, to do this one, because I didn't edit anything. And this is just where you tear out pages in the book and you rebuild it into a journal. It took 7 weeks for me to do the videos of this. By the time I rebuilt the pages back in, I added the washi tape and all that, because I don't edit. And I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with editing, but I think sometimes when people edit videos, they can leave out steps for people. If it's just using your blow dryer or whatever, that's something different, because some people don't like that noise, which to me, it doesn't bother me. But they might edit through that stuff and you still might see the steps. But sometimes I get the feeling when people edit, they cut out things and you miss little extra things. And that's why I don't want to edit. Plus, I want you to see my bloopers. I want you to see my mistakes, because that's how you learn. And the first book I tried to do this to was horrible looking. I was using an encyclopedia. I still have it upstairs, and it looked horrible. And I thought, if this is how my books look, it's going to be awful. But then I got better at it. The bloopers are fun. But she will sit up in my store because I think she's pretty. And this here I got at a yard sale. Some lady, I believe that's tatting. It's either tatting or very fine crochet. But I found that at a yard sale. I still have pieces of this. It was one long piece sewed together, and I snipped these little pieces off. Yep, she is my masterpiece. And the first one I ever named, and the last one. I don't want one to take this long ever again, because this was just, it hurts my brain. If I was younger, I probably would, and I'm not saying it because I'm old or for people to feel sorry for me. It's not about that. Is if I would have started into junk journals sooner, at like a younger age, it would be different. I probably would put, just as much work into the next one, but being I'm older and I have so many that I want to accomplish, and I'm going the other side of 50, I'm going over the hill. I just don't have the time. Because I mean, we never know when our days are numbered or when they're going to be up. And I have so many in my head on my bucket list. I cannot do another year on one. So that's why I say I'm never going to create one like this one. This was definitely going to be my best ever because she took a long time and I just don't want to put another year into another journal. But I got to do my bucket list. And my next project, until it comes in the mail, I'm probably going to work on my glue book or something easy on my Wednesday night lives. But my next project, when it comes in the mail, I'm going to start. I got to get the pieces together while I'm waiting for it to get here. And that will be my next live on Wednesdays. And it's going to be a project I'm going to make for my dad. And it will be the chipboard 3-ring binder. It's going to be blank when I start. So there's going to be decoupaging. And I'm going to get my train stuff together that I have been building up from sales. And that's what this theme is going to be. It's going to be a train binder for my dad. And if it's not done by Father's Day, well, then he can get it for his birthday, which is in August. Because I don't know how long this is going to take. But I will say this. I am not a Mod Podge fan because it's too sticky. And I don't think it has anything to do about the weather. I just don't like it. And clear Elmer's glue is going to be what I bring to the table because that's what I like to decoupage with best. And with my finger. So that's what it's going to be. And I can't wait. Can't wait. I'm excited because this will be the first time I do a binder on my channel. Like, to do a live. I think so. I think it's going to be fun. And I haven't decided if I'm going to put dividers in it yet. Because I'm going to get notebook paper too. And if I do decide to put binders on, I'll be decorating those too. Because I know he does bills in a binder. I'm not sure what other subjects to stick in there. But I could just decorate them and leave them in the back. And I know one's going to say bills. Maybe in the tab or something. I'll figure it out when I'm doing it. But I might just decoupage a few and leave them in the back and let him decide what he wants to call them. But I think my dad will be happy because he loves his Lionel trains and his train collection. So I think it'll be fun. And a lot of the ephemera I have is vintage and a book. So I just got to round them up. I tried to, a Paris book is another one I want to do eventually. I have a box with Paris pieces sitting in it. And usually when I do, when I buy from a sale, I try to take when they come in and put them in one place so I know where to go get them when I decide to create that particular journal. I don't know if I'm going to make it grungy. I haven't decided yet, but I know it's going to be fun because I could do grungy corners because my favorite ink pad, I don't even think they sell these anymore, is the Distress by Tim Holtz, where it's got all 4 colors. So this is my Distress pad, which is well used, which I could maybe use this. I haven't decided yet. But I love it. I bought a cart from Home Depot. It sits beside me. And it is the most adorable cart. Here, let me take a picture of it so you guys can see it. This was actually pretty reasonable. Here, so I'll show you what I put on it. I love this cart. My problem is I like everything next to me. And me and Mousy talked about this. It's so funny. This is what my cart looks like that's next to me. Because I like having certain things within reach. Once I get my bookshelves cleared off from my bookstore, though, I'm going to use it to hold stuff. Huh? Yeah. My hubby's home. This is the cart that I bought off of Home Depot, and it's got the handle on the side of it, but this is the whole top of it, and it holds my glues, my pads. Then you got 2 shelves here, which they didn't have the containers in them. They're just blank silver. I put the container in it, and that holds all my Nuvo drops and my brushes. And then the container on the bottom holds my whale tail and whatever other punches I have. That sits down there for my corner punches on the bottom there. Over here is I have some stamps here and some projects that are done. And I have, what else is on there? Just random stuff like Sorry Silk Ribbon and all that. And then down here at the bottom is the projects I've just finished. And I have my colored pencils. And then behind there is some trim. So I can just reach down and grab whatever I want. I leave my glue bottles lay on the side when they get low. And I love it because everything's right here. And then under my tables, it might look messy to some people, but this is what it works for me. I set up, this is why I say everything's within grab reach. This is so funny. This picture here I just took, let me find it. Hold on. Okay. This is under, I have a table. This is not a desk. I bought a great big 8-foot table, and that's what I'm using. So underneath of it, this tote here is filled with magazine pages in case I need them. And on top of that is my distress inks in a container. I have some fabrics in case I need to pull some. And then this tote right here holds all of my wooden stamps. And that's, I have everything right beside me. And then right underneath, beside, because when I look at craft rooms behind people, when you watch people that design their craft rooms, I'm not happy with those. I don't want a craft room that's got tons of drawers behind me up my wall. I want everything where I can reach it as much as possible. So this table's perfect because all I have to do is scoot it to me. I don't have to get up and move. And I have another tote, or you can even use a box flipped upside down, which I have a couple of those just to have the height. I bought a little, I can't remember where I found these, but I'll show you one of the drawers. It's these little, I can't explain it. Hold on. I don't think the drawer is going to come out. It's a little 5-drawer plastic container. 1, 2, no, it's a 3-drawer plastic container, and it's gray. And the top of it holds my brads, my charms, my bulb pins, everything that I use for decoration that's small. The second drawer, the bottom drawer holds scrap paper in case I need something to write on. And then the second drawer has, I forget what I put in the second drawer. Or no, the second drawer is my writing stuff. The third drawer is, I have random stuff in it. It's just like different little pictures and stuff. So I have that sitting on a box that's upside down, and it holds that. And then on top of my table beside me, you know how you have the slots that you can put paper? It's like the plastic bins where it's just like across to hold like different papers. I have that sitting here, and then I have a bucket right here that holds my scissors, my pens, and everything I need right here. And then to the side of me, there is a basket that holds all my napkins. There's another one of those gray things with drawers that's got stuff in it. And then above that's ephemera. So they're like everything's right here. And then when I need to replenish, I can just bring stuff from the rest of my craft room to my table. And in front of me here, I have a tote that holds my acrylic paints, the distress ink pads that are not used, and then above that sits another container on top that holds all my washi. So I bring everything to me. I don't move. And then I have doilies and stuff like that. I have that in a box sitting on a shelf, but I'll bring it to the table if I know I'm going to use it ahead of time. So it works. And then I have another, it's got books on it right now, but my niece had a TV stand one time in a yard sale that she was getting rid of. It's another one on wheels, like the silver one, but it's black. And I use it to hold books in my bookstore. But once I get that cleared off, it's going to be another cart. And I can slide it right under the table beside me because it's short. My pads, I replenish. I just rebuy the de-inkers. I accidentally crossed, I didn't know that there was a difference between oxides and distressors. And I accidentally stuck the wrong thing in here. I stuck the distress oxides in here instead of the ink. And there's another channel that'll tell you repeatedly, it ruins it. No, it doesn't. It still does it. It's the color is different, but every time I replenish this with ink, it has not changed. This still works. So I don't know why that person keeps telling everybody that it destroys it, because it hasn't destroyed mine. I still ink up. It still inks up fine for me to distress. It does need more ink in it though, but I do have ink that goes in this that I'll put over top of it. But then again, I didn't put a lot in. I kind of like swirled it over top until I realized, oh shit, it's distress inks, not regular ink, and I almost ruined it. But still works for what I want it for, because I only use this to edge stuff anyways. I don't know what else you use distress inks for but to edge stuff. I don't know. I'm still new at some of this, so. But I do know there was a couple things I learned off of Crafters I thought were very great teachings, and this was one of them. Being that I own a used bookstore, I get so tired of stickers being on the front of a book. Or how many times have you put stickers down in crafting and you're like, oh crap, it's in the wrong place. Undo is amazing. If you've never heard of this product, one of the sellers sold this, and this thing is awesome. It removes stickers off anything. You just squeeze it, you use this part to push it, and it'll push it off. Even stamps, if you get stuck on your envelopes, it's amazing what this stuff can do. It's got a little bit of a smell to it, but this is so worth it. I can't tell you how many books this saved from being defaced by a sticker. So I always have this on hand. This is something I learned about from our crafting community. It does not take up the sticky part that's on the book, but there's a powder I have around here somewhere that you can brush. That's another crafty item over where a sticker's sticky if it's still stuck to the book, and it'll dry it out. It's Undo's awesome. It's great. It removes self-sticking adhesive, sticker tape, label, gum, tar. And if you get it from the original site, you can get 2 bottles. Buy 2, get 1 free. At least that's what it was. But there was a seller that sold them on here. I think it's like $7 a bottle, but I'm telling you, it is so worth it. And as much as I've used it, I still have a bunch left because you only need a little bit. And it doesn't stain. That's what's so amazing about it. Like, it'll pull the sticker and it will not deface or stain. It's amazing. It dries and you can't even tell you used it. It's one of my favorite products. I love it that these ladies shared all these secrets that you buy this stuff off of, because I never heard of it either. I never heard of it. I was like, what the heck is Undo? And my favorite glue is Aleena's Tacky Glue. This is my favorite glue. Fiber Tack is okay, but it smells. Gives me a headache. And it's okay for material, which is good because it doesn't bubble because it's acetone. It's not water-based, so you never have bubbles with Faber-Tac, but this here is my favorite. This is what I use to hold the doors in my goth book. The little knobs. It's amazing glue. A lot of people don't like it, but I do. But that's basically my favorite stuff. I've been playing with a bunch of different things here lately and just having fun. But there's a lot of stuff I haven't used. Like, I don't know anything about the Cricut, the Gemini, and all that kind of stuff because I'm not into the machines, but a Big Shot is awesome. I'm a die. I have tons of dies. I bought a binder and I went on Amazon and I bought the side pockets that goes in with the Velcro opening, and I made those into my die holders in my binders. And the dies I have are amazing. I got wonderful collection of dies. So I'm always punching out something while I'm watching TV. And I got a really good deal on a die or on a Big Shot because I bought my first one. I got the Periwinkle blue one. And they run what, like $80? I don't know. They're expensive. Well, I was meeting a lady who was getting rid of a bunch of rickrack from the marketplace on Facebook. So I went to meet her in a parking lot and I was too early. So I said, I'm going to stop at the Salvation Army and just go nibbing through their stuff. Well, I found some books I wanted to get. And then when I went to leave the store, some lady brought in a box with a bunch of stuff in it. And she said, I'm a crafter, but I don't use this stuff. I have no clue what to do with this machine. And she says, I'm just getting rid of it. And she donated, everything was brand new in this box. And I knew what it was as soon as I saw it. And I was like, oh my God, this cannot be. I was like in the right place at the right time. That's all I can say that day. Because I had just told my daughter I would like to have a Big Shot for upstairs and downstairs because I like doing it while I'm watching TV, but I want it in my craft room. And I about died when I looked in that box. I mean, this woman had a brand new mint green color that is so pretty. And she had, whoever got this for Christmas, it was crazy. I walked out with brand new dies, the brand new die machine, and the books I bought, and I only paid $39 for everything, Diane. I kid you not. And I even showed the lady on my phone because she's like, I don't know how to price it. When I told her I wanted the box, when I saw her dump it, and after the lady left us, I want that box. And I even Googled it and showed her. I said, it's like an $80-some machine. And I walked out paying $39. I come in and I was showing everybody online, and the craft lady was like, I'm so jealous. I got a hell of a deal that day. Seriously. And I have it behind me. So I have that one too. So now I got two of them. So happy. But in my personal opinion, it depends on what you want. A lot of people don't like the fussy cut. They might like the Cricut. I find the Cricut, my daughter has one. She likes buying the vinyl and, putting labels on coffee cups and stuff. But to me, it doesn't suit my purpose. Like I told my daughter, everything she does, she has to buy a new cartridge. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many cartridges out there for a Cricut, it can get so pricey. And some of the machines are loud. Like, I heard somebody running the Gemini, I was like, "Whoa." And I mean, it's okay that other crafters like those machines, but I don't. I think the closest machine out there that would suit my purposes out of all the videos I've watched would probably be the Brother Scan and Cut, but it still doesn't do everything I want it to do. Because I think the Cricut provides your images where I like pulling my own images in, and I don't think they allow you to pull your own in. Like, say you're working on a journal and you want to add, like, I don't know, like, say you're doing like Care Bears or something and you want to pull Care Bears, it won't let you. The only images you can use on a Cricut is Cricut images. Now the Brother Scan and Cut will let you pull images offline. That's the one thing I do like about it. And I also want one that lets you make stickers, which I do have the little Xerox thing, but I haven't used it yet. But I want a machine that does it all. And sometimes you have to watch when some of those machines are cutting around stuff because you have to know the settings. I don't know. It's just, to me, it's just too tedious with all the little things you got to know. I don't have to worry about that with my Big Shot. My Big Shot, I buy the die I want and just, roll it through and I got the size I want. And I can look at the sizes of the dies. So I don't have to go through all this programming it through. I just find it easy. But I think that you have to also be careful where you buy your dyes too, because, some of the dyes I got off of Wish, a lot of people don't like the China ones. I understand why. The Wish dyes and stuff versus like Tim Holtz dyes, they're good for paper. But if you try to cut fabric with them, it's not going to work. When you use your Big Shot, you should be able to cut through chipboard fabric and all this stuff, whatever. And some of the dyes aren't deep enough. They're not like steel, like metal enough to cut into fabric. I tried cutting fabric with some of the Wish ones, it doesn't work. But I do because I like them for the paper. And the American side don't have some of the dyes they have. And also, they're pricey. Like, when I can go to Wish and I can get a handful for like a buck, I'm gonna take that over $15 because I think some of the dyes over here are way too much money. So, that's just me. But then Wish, to me, their shipping got higher. So now I find some in AliExpress. I don't mind buying through AliExpress, but it just depends on what it is. And I never give like hundreds of dollars of orders. To me, if you're going to buy like that, only do small orders, like maybe $25 at a time, because I know somebody that had a terrible time with Wish and lost hundreds of dollars, but I never put that big of an order in. Hey, college. I only order a little bit off of Wish. Just depends on what it is. And AliExpress, I don't put big stuff in there. Now, Spellbinders and stuff, sometimes you can get good dyes when they have them on sale, but I just can't see paying $15.99 for one thing. I think it's a lot of money. Yeah, I know they have different styles, Diane. I've seen that. They have different styles for different things. But I'm not a chipboard person either, so that doesn't bother me not to be able to cut chipboard. Chipboard to me is more for like a cover, and I know that there's some people that, will say that you can tear the back off it, but I don't wanna go through all that when you can do it flat on paper. I have a hard time with chipboard when it comes to, like, dies when they have them sold with a paper line. I don't want them because when you go to stick them in a pocket, they get stuck, and sometimes it pulls them off. So I'm not a big chipboard fan when it comes to decorating. I'd rather have a flat paper. But these are the things you learn about yourself as a crafter too. There's a lot of people that love the chipboard. I'm just not a chipboard person. I don't mind having the chipboard, binder, but I don't want chipboard in my journals. But one of the things that I do like to do though, since I don't like chipboard, if I want something sturdier, is I will use my own cardboard boxes. Like when me and my husband eat pizza, frozen pizzas or something, I save those boxes. And if I need something thick, that's what I use because it's not as thick as chipboard, but it still gives a feeling of strength. And I will use them to make tags and stuff out of them, and I cover them. That's my upcycling. I like brand new stuff, but I also like to upcycle stuff too. So I always have a bunch of different things in my journals. But it makes you feel good though when people ask you for custom ones. I love to do custom journals for people. And I was really challenged on the last custom journal I just sold. It just went out in the mail Monday. Um, one of the girls that I mod for, she sells jewelry too. Oh, that's who I forgot to put in. Is Ash's Two Antiques. Let me get her in here. Ashley was one of the people asked me to do a custom journal and she wanted her daughter's name on it. So she challenged me because out of all the stuff I bought in my craft room, I had nothing to go with her journal. She wanted coral mixed with antique, a coral flower one mixed with antique, and I had nothing. So I had to like totally shop for her entire journal, but it was challenging because it made me do something out of my realm in color. And I enjoyed it. I used the digital kit and I had fun. And I bought my own cardstock and my own paper. I have my own stuff sitting here and I just ran and ran and ran. And I'm on Insta Ink, so it doesn't bother me how much ink I need to use. It's not that pricey to me. And plus I have 2 printers it's on, so I'm good. But I had a blast making hers and it turned out so pretty. I impressed myself. For not being a coral person, I really liked it. And I did a video on it too. The one I made for her. I did a flip through video. And she loved it. Just seeing her comment made my day. So I can't wait to see what memories she puts in it because I had fun. I think with the custom journal, it's nice when the person gives you a bunch of feedback to what to put in it, where versus a one that you just randomly put in your Etsy store, I think that's harder. She's got a sweet little girl. Her little girl Kelsey's so stinking cute. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check out your channel too, Diana. I love watching people make stuff, even if it's not junk journals. I like crafting. My taste on here is so eclectic, it's not even funny. I follow true crime channels, gaming channels, crafty channels, farming channels. I follow so much on here, it's crazy. And lots of times Sandy and people that don't know where we're having sales at, I send them links in Facebook Messenger and I drag my friends wherever I'm at. I'm like, you got to see this, or you got to come to this live. And Sandy and Mousy said, because Mousy Deb, she's another person. I love her. She's the one that made my horse book and sent it to me. She says, no, she says, I love it when you send me links to drag me around YouTube. She says, because sometimes I don't get the notifications, especially on the live sales. So I bring my friends with me. But it's fun. It is interesting. I've met a lot of really nice people since I've been on YouTube. It's been fun, but there's a lot of people you got to watch on here too. Because I think sometimes the crafting community can be backstabbing pricks worse than the freaking makeup channels. If you've ever watched the makeup channels on here and you see somebody get mad at somebody, next thing you know, they're losing thousands of subscribers. That's why I don't want to get paid by YouTube. Because people on here are awful when they start fighting. And it's like the makeup community was bad because I was in the makeup community too. But when I got into crafting, I was like, oh my God, you people are worse. Some of the people were horrible in the crafting community because it should be a community that boosts. It shouldn't be about jealousy or who does something better or whatever. You know, it should be people who they're supporting each other, especially, and I will my friends, but I will not support the people who stab me. I won't. But I do think it's good to compliment. I'm in so many Facebook groups, I can't keep track of them all. And sometimes that gets overwhelming to me because sometimes I wish we had one big crafting, just one big crafting where we all can be a part of. But the whole thing is, no, I want to control my Facebook page. So let's individually, all of us make a Facebook page. That drives me nuts. When you're invited to like hundreds and you just want everybody in one place, it's so much spam. So when I go into the Facebook community, excuse me, I try to get into the groups as much as I can to compliment the things that they make. You know, if it's, to me, this is how I look at it. If it's something that I absolutely do not like or is not my style, I just don't say anything. I might give a like on it. But if it's something that resonates with me, I will definitely compliment on it. And it's nothing to do with the crafter or how good or bad they are. It's just I love blue. So, you know, there's just certain things I look for and I'll make comments on certain things. And but if I can't think of something nice to say, I just don't say anything and I'll just give a like. But I do try to be as complimentary as I can because I think that support motivates people, you know, and it's just and sometimes you just get these jealous a-holes and they just don't know how to be nice to other crafters. And it's like, come on. You can't be about yourself. You can't be a narcissist. You have to be complimentary to other people. And I've ran into a couple narcissists on here, believe me. It's just like they blow my mind. I just kind of stay away from them. I hang out on a channel sometimes. I might lurk and just listen a few times. And if I don't like what they represent, I just don't follow them. Yep. Me too, Donnie. I'm the same way. I try to. I did have fun with a new crafter I met this year. Do you know who Dear Julie is? I was introduced to her. I can't remember. Oh, I know. I think it was was it Michelle? Somebody drugged me to her channel. And I had so much fun. Like, I never knew that, you know, she really goes all out. And she did this thing for Christmas where you watched videos, she would give you like clues. And you would have to post after the video was over some of these clues, and she put you on a scavenger hunt. That was so much fun. It was so different. And she would draw names, and if the person didn't claim it, she would have an alternate. I can't tell you how many prizes on her stream this year. And it not being competitive, it was just fun. It was like something to do besides going into the sales and stuff and just being interactive. And she's just, I love watching her. She does premieres a lot during the day. I try to catch some of them, but I had so much fun on her channel. I'll put Julie's link in here too. Now she does have a Patreon, and I don't join stuff like that because I just can't get locked in. I can't join channels and Patreons. I could never afford everybody I want to support. So I try to you know, just watch their channels and do it. But Julie, she's such a sweet person. And here's her channel. And sometimes that's what I say. I'll suggest a channel and you can go listen. And if you want to, you can join. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But she's another channel I like. And she's got an Etsy store too. But she's so nice. She really is. She's a really nice person. Her little premieres are really cute. She creates the cutest stuff. She brings things to the table I would have never even thought of. I think she even had a dryer sheet. I was like, wow. Like there's so much upcycling that goes on. It's so cool what people bring forward. I don't think I would ever incorporate a dryer sheet into my art, but it was really cool watching some of the tips and things that she does. I even have one of her journals and I love it. But they're just everybody's different. Just depends on what you're into, but her channel was fun. I'm trying to think of somebody else. Oh, and then Ty, she's completely different. I'm gonna put Ty in here too. I mod for her channel. She does old school stories. Like Paula Abdul being drugged by her hair because she was cheating with Jermaine Jackson by his wife. But she does it in a reporter style in facts. Yeah. And this is not a crafting channel. Ty said what Ty said. I love her channel. I mod for her. She's a great person. She's very down to earth. We talk about funny issues on her channel. I've been on her panel before. She's just old school. Just reports things about the past, what people have done, and a lot about slavery and different things. She's just interesting. I like Ty. I've loved her since I met her. Me, I'm never out of trouble, college. I'm always in trouble. You should know better. But anyways, I gotta go because my hubby's up there saying, I got that pizza ready. He made pizza tonight. So I'm gonna go up and have some pizza and spend some time with him before he goes to bed. But I want to thank you all for stopping by. If there's any other channels I could think of, I will share them. But I do love a lot of people on here. I do. I follow a lot of channels. I have a blast. At least I try to. And I got to share this channel too before I leave. If anybody ever wants to compare the difference between what us crafters charge and what people actually really charge in real auctions, like, competitive and eBay, this is a channel that's very friendly. I absolutely adore Jack and Jana who run the channel. It is their channel. And this is Locker Nuts. And if you ever get the chance, they buy up lockers and then they sell the stuff on here. We're talking trains, we're talking ephemera, we're talking everything you can think of, baseball cards. You got to check out Jack and Jana. They have their sales every Monday night and they are sweet. They sell jewelry and everything, and they live in California, a very high cost of living place for sure, but they are very welcoming. And when they're done with their sales, they sit and talk with us, and they're just awesome. And I got to see them hit their 100K, and I'm so excited for them because he works. Like Jack is funny. He goes in the lockers and he plays ninja with the toys and they're just a great channel and they have a wonderful Facebook page. So I always try to promote them because they welcome me from the very beginning that I went into their channel. They're very nice. And that's hard to find on YouTube, to have a grounded channel that treats you really well. Because some channels I go in, they'll be on a panel. They don't even pay attention to their texters. I can't stand channels like that. I like channels that make people feel welcome. And they definitely are one. So anyways, there's another channel for you to go work at. I'm going to go. And CDC has a channel too. You can put your link in too if you want to. College. And then Diana has a channel too. You go to Diana's channel. So, college, you can go join her channel too. We'll get her some subscribers in here. I like how Elle says it. Your friends will meet my friends will meet your friends, and we'll become one big community. She always says that at the end of her videos. And if you don't know who Els is, I will stick her in here too. And that's where I met Tina's Messy Life that comes in here. She goes by B Moss Crafty Corner. And she is awesome. She's got such a quirky sense of humor. I love her. Hey, Yankee. Being good and getting ready to leave. I gotta go join my hubby for some pizza. And Yankee Southern Gaming, he's just naughty. He's my naughty pool player. And here's Yankee's channel. Yes, I like Beema. She's funny. Why does your link come up for Paul Reed's books? Didn't you have a separate gaming? Or did you just change it to that? Because your title says Yankee Southern Gaming, but when I put the link in, it comes up Paul Reed's books. What did you do? Change your channel name? I don't know what you did. Oh, okay. So it was reversed. Okay. Well, that makes sense then. Because I know they give it a little bit of a period of time before it kicks in. Okay. That makes sense. You're so funny. Oh, that's so funny. Right. What are you talking about, Paul? I call you college. I never call you Paul. And then I seen what's her face call you Paul P-A-W Haley. She calls you Paul. Yep, she calls you Ball Ball. Haley's a sweetheart. No, I know we have another Southern person that plays pool. I know your voices are different. You're two different people, but I never call you Paul. I always call you in college because that's what I met you under. But I know there's another gamer that has Southern in his, I can't think of his first name. He plays pool all the time. God, I follow so many gamers. I can't keep track of them all college. I have a lot of gamers in my following. But anyways, I am going to go because my food's probably up there getting cold. But thanks everybody for coming in, and I'm going to go. And I want to thank you for spending your time with me tonight because it was fun. And I will be here every Wednesday live unless something happens to come up. Yep. You told me that the other night on your book stream when we were talking. Good night, Diana, and thanks everybody for coming. Take care.